Welcome, dear soul, to this sacred journey through the night. As you settle into comfort, allow your breathing to slow and deepen. Tonight, we travel together through ancient wisdom that has guided seekers for over 2,500 years. In the mountains of Tibet, where prayer flags flutter in the eternal wind, monks have discovered secrets that make the human spirit unbreakable. Not through hardness, but through flexibility. Not through fighting, but through flowing. Tonight, these timeless teachings will wash over you like a gentle stream, seeping into your consciousness as you rest. Let your eyes close softly. Feel your body sinking into complete relaxation. Your only task is to listen, to breathe, and to allow these ancient seeds of wisdom to plant themselves in the fertile soil of your peaceful mind. Principle 1. Words can never really hurt you. Our first journey begins in the misty mountains of ancient Tibet, where monasteries clung to cliffsides like jewels scattered across stone. In one such monastery lived a young monk named Tenzin, whose story would teach us the first principle of becoming truly unshakable. This isn't just a story from long ago. It's a mirror that will show you something profound about your own inner strength. Something you've always possessed, but perhaps never recognized. Every morning, as the first golden rays of sunlight pierced through the mountain mist, Tenzin would wrap his saffron robes around himself and begin the winding descent to the village below. His wooden alms bowl, smooth from countless hands, would rest gently in his palms as he walked the ancient stone path that generations of monks had worn smooth with their footsteps. The mountain air was thin and pure, carrying the scent of pine and the distant sound of prayer flags fluttering in the eternal wind. The village nestled in the valley was home to simple people, farmers who worked the terraced fields, herders who guided their yaks across high meadows, and shopkeepers who sold the necessities of mountain life. Most of these villagers held deep respect for the monks, understanding that these men had dedicated their lives to something beyond the ordinary concerns of daily existence. They would bow their heads slightly when Tenzin passed, offering rice, vegetables, or tea with genuine warmth. But there was one man in this village whose heart had grown hard with disappointment. Norbu was a merchant who had once traveled far and wide, bringing goods from distant lands to sell in mountain villages. His shop had been filled with colorful fabrics, exotic spices, and treasures from places most villagers had only heard about in stories. But a series of failed ventures, dishonest partners, and simple bad luck had slowly drained away his wealth and, more tragically, his faith in the goodness of the world. Now Norbu's shop stood nearly empty, its shelves holding only dust and bitter memories. His family had moved to the larger city below, unable to bear the shame of their reduced circumstances. He remained alone, his heart poisoned by resentment that had fermented like wine left too long in a broken barrel. And every morning, when young Tenzin passed by with his peaceful demeanor and gentle smile, something inside Norbu would twist with rage. "Lazy monk," Norbu would shout, his voice echoing off the stone walls of the narrow street. "Worthless beggar. Why don't you work like the rest of us, instead of living off others' kindness?" His words were sharp as mountain ice, designed to cut and wound. The other villagers would wince and look away, embarrassed by the daily spectacle but unsure how to intervene. But here's what made Tenzin remarkable, what made his response so powerful that it would eventually transform not just his own life, but the life of his tormentor and everyone who witnessed this daily drama. Tenzin never argued back. He never defended himself or explained why Nobu was wrong. He never hurried past or took a different route to avoid the confrontation. Instead, he would pause, place his palms together at his chest in a gesture of prayer, bow slightly toward the angry merchant, and continue on his way with the same serene expression he wore while meditating in the monastery's highest tower. The villagers couldn't understand it. How could someone absorb such poison day after day without it affecting them? How could harsh words that would have sent most people into rage or tears seem to simply pass through Tenzin like wind through an open window? They began to gather at a respectful distance each morning, not out of cruel curiosity, but out of genuine wonder at witnessing something they instinctively recognized as profound. This continued for months, through the brief mountain summer when wildflowers painted the hillsides in impossible colors, through the golden autumn when prayer flags snapped more fiercely in the cold wind, and into the harsh winter when snow made the path treacherous and the air so thin that each breath was visible as a small cloud. Still, every morning brought the same ritual, angry words hurled like stones, and peaceful acceptance that seemed to swallow those words without a trace. Then came the morning that would change everything. A small girl named Pema, no more than 7 years old, had been watching this daily exchange from behind her grandmother's vegetable stall. Children, with their natural wisdom and unfiltered curiosity, often see truths that adults miss. This particular morning, as Tenzin made his way back up the mountain path, little Pema broke away from her grandmother and ran after him, her small legs working hard to keep up with his steady pace. "Master Tenzin," she called, her breath coming in small puffs in the cold air. "Please wait." The monk turned, his face lighting up with the gentle smile he reserved for children, a smile that seemed to contain all the warmth of summer sunshine. "What is it, little flower?" he asked, using the pet name that made Pema giggle. "I have a question that keeps me awake at night," she said with the seriousness that only children can bring to truly important matters. "When the angry man says those mean things to you every morning, why don't they hurt you? When other children say mean things to me, my chest feels tight and my eyes want to cry. But you always look so peaceful, like you're listening to beautiful music instead of ugly words." Tenzin's eyes crinkled with understanding. Here was a question that deserved more than words. It deserved a demonstration that would plant a seed of wisdom in this young heart. He looked around and spotted a smooth, flat stone on the path, worn round by countless seasons of rain and wind. "Come with me, Pema," he said, taking her small hand in his. "I want to show you something." He led her to the monastery's meditation pond, a perfect circle of water that reflected the sky so clearly it seemed like a window into heaven itself. The water was so still that every cloud, every bird that passed overhead, every branch that swayed in the breeze was captured in perfect detail on its surface. It was a mirror of such clarity that visitors would often stand in silent amazement, feeling as if they were looking down into another world. "Watch very carefully, little one," Tenzin said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. He held up the stone so Pema could see it clearly, smooth and grey, about the size of a child's fist. Then, with a gentle underhand motion, he threw it into the center of the pond. The stone hit the water with a splash that seemed to shatter the perfect reflection into 1,000 dancing pieces. Ripples spread outward in perfect concentric circles, each one growing larger and fainter as it traveled toward the pond's edges. The beautiful reflection of clouds and sky was completely gone, replaced by a constantly shifting pattern of light and shadow. For a moment, the peaceful mirror had become a chaos of movement. Pema watched with wide eyes as the ripples continued their journey across the water's surface. But then something magical began to happen. Gradually, almost imperceptibly at first, the ripples began to grow smaller. The wild motion began to settle. The water started to remember its true nature. And then, as if by miracle, the pond returned to perfect stillness. The sky reappeared in its depths, clear and undisturbed. A single white cloud drifted across the reflected heavens, and a bird's shadow passed over the water like a blessing. It was as if the stone had never been thrown at all. "Do you see?" Tenzin asked, his voice warm with the joy of a teacher who knows his student is about to understand something beautiful. The angry merchant's words are like that stone. They hit the pond of my mind and create ripples. I'm human after all, and harsh words do create an initial disturbance. But here's what I've learned through many years of practice and many more years of mistakes. He paused, allowing the child to lean closer, her face bright with curiosity. The ripples are not the pond. The disturbance is not who I am. Just as this water returns to stillness because that is its deepest nature, my mind returns to peace because that is its deepest nature. The merchant's anger lives in his heart, not mine. His words can create temporary ripples, but they cannot change what I truly am. Little Pema's eyes widened as the understanding began to dawn. So the mean words can't really hurt you because you know they're just ripples. Her voice held that tone of wonder that comes when a profound truth clicks into place. Exactly, dear child. And here's the most beautiful part of all. When we don't hold on to the ripples, when we let them naturally fade away just as this pond did, our hearts remain open. We can even feel compassion for the person throwing stones, because we understand that their anger comes from their own pain, their own suffering. Tenzin knelt down so he was at Pema's eye level, his hands resting gently on her shoulders. Think about Norbu, the merchant who shouts at me each morning. Do you think he was always angry? Do you think he came into this world with hatred in his heart? Pema shook her head, her intuition telling her that no one is born with such bitterness. I remember when he first came to our village, Tenzin continued. He was younger then, full of dreams and energy. His shop was bright with colors and alive with the stories of his travels. He would speak of distant lands with such joy that children would gather just to listen. But disappointment after disappointment wore away at his hope, like wind and rain wearing down a mountain. Now his pain is so great that it spills out onto anyone who reminds him of what he's lost. But why do you remind him of what he's lost? Pema asked, her young mind working to understand the complexities of human nature. Because when he sees me walking peacefully, content with simple robes and a wooden bowl, It reminds him of a time when he thought happiness came from having many possessions. My contentment reflects his discontent, just as this still pond reflects the sky. He's not really angry at me. He's angry at his own pain, his own lost dreams. Understanding this helps me respond with compassion instead of defensiveness. Buddha taught us that peace comes from within. Do not seek it without. This ancient wisdom was living proof before young Pema's eyes. Tenzin had found a peace so deep that nothing external could disturb it for long. Not harsh words, not unfair treatment, not even daily doses of someone else's poison. But how do you make the ripples go away? Pema asked, her question cutting straight to the heart of practical wisdom. When someone says mean things to me, the hurt feeling stays for a long time. Tenzin smiled, recognizing in this child's question the same struggle that every human faces. The secret is not to fight the ripples or pretend they're not there. When harsh words hit your mind, you might feel hurt, anger, or sadness, and that's perfectly natural. The mistake is thinking that these feelings define you or that you must hold on to them. He picked up another small stone and held it in his palm. "Watch again," he said, and gently tossed it into the pond. Again the ripples spread. Again the perfect reflection was disturbed. Now, what would happen if I jumped into the pond and tried to smooth out the ripples with my hands? Pema giggled at the image. "You'd just make more ripples." Exactly. Fighting the ripples creates more disturbance. But if I simply wait and trust in the water's nature. They watched together as the pond once again returned to perfect stillness. "This is what meditation teaches us," Tenzin explained. "We learn to observe our thoughts and feelings without being swept away by them. We learn to trust that our deepest nature, like this pond, is peace. When someone throws stones, harsh words, unfair treatment, criticism, we feel the initial splash, but we don't jump in and thrash around trying to fix it. We simply wait for our natural peace to return." As they sat by the pond, the morning sun climbed higher, warming their faces and sparkling on the water's surface. Other monks had begun their daily activities, some tending the gardens, others copying sacred texts, still others preparing for the day's teachings. The monastery hummed with quiet purpose, each person contributing to the whole while maintaining their individual practice. "Master Tenzin," Pema said quietly, "will you teach me how to be like the pond?" Her request was so sincere, so filled with genuine desire to learn, that it touched something deep in the monk's heart. Here was proof that wisdom could be passed from one generation to the next, that the teachings could take root in fresh soil. "The teaching has already begun," he replied. "Every time you remember this pond when someone speaks harshly to you, you're practicing. Every time you choose to let hurt feelings fade away naturally, instead of holding on to them, you're growing stronger. Every time you look at an angry person and wonder what pain might be driving their behavior, you're developing compassion." He stood and brushed the dust from his robes. "But there's something else I want you to understand, little flower. This doesn't mean we become stones, feeling nothing. It doesn't mean we don't care when others are hurt, or that we accept cruelty without response. The pond feels the stone's impact. It simply doesn't let that impact define its nature. "What do you mean?" Pema asked, walking beside him as they headed back toward the village. "Sometimes, when someone is drowning in their own anger and pain, the kindest thing we can do is remain calm and peaceful. Our stillness becomes a reminder that peace is possible. Other times, compassion might require us to speak up, to set boundaries, or to take action to protect ourselves or others. The key is responding from a place of wisdom rather than reacting from a place of hurt." As they approached the village, Pema suddenly stopped walking. "Master Tenzin, I want to try something. Tomorrow morning, when you pass by Norbu's shop and he says mean things, I'm going to imagine him as someone who's hurting inside. I'm going to try to feel sorry for his pain instead of angry at his words." Tenzin's eyes sparkled with delight. "Now you're thinking like a true Buddhist, little one. But remember, if you find it difficult at first, that's perfectly normal. Even experienced monks sometimes struggle with harsh treatment. The practice is not about being perfect. It's about returning to peace more quickly each time." The next morning brought a surprise that no one in the village expected. As Tenzin made his usual journey down the mountain path, and as Pema positioned herself behind her grandmother's stall to watch the daily confrontation, something different happened. Norbu emerged from his shop as always, his face dark with its customary anger. But when he opened his mouth to hurl his usual insults, he found himself looking into the eyes of a small girl who was watching him with an expression he had never seen before. Not fear, not judgment, but something that looked almost like understanding. The words died in his throat. For just a moment, the hardened merchant felt something crack in the armor of his bitterness. A 7-year-old child was looking at him with more compassion than he had shown himself in years. Tenzin, noticing the shift, bowed slightly deeper than usual and continued on his way. But something had changed in the spiritual atmosphere of that small village street. That evening, as the sun set behind the mountain peaks and painted the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Pema ran to the monastery to find Tenzin. She was breathless with excitement. Master, something wonderful happened. When I looked at Norbu this morning and tried to see his pain instead of his anger, I felt something change inside me. I wasn't scared of him anymore. And I think he felt it too." Tenzin nodded knowingly. "This is the power of the unshakable mind, Pema. When we truly understand that others' harsh words come from their own suffering, we stop taking those words personally. When we stop taking them personally, we stop reacting with hurt or anger. And when we stop reacting, we create space for something new to happen: understanding, compassion, even healing." Buddha's words echoed across the centuries. Holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. Young Pema had discovered this truth not through scholarly study, but through the direct experience of letting go. She had learned that the person who benefits most from forgiveness is not the one being forgiven, but the one doing the forgiving. In the days that followed, the daily confrontation between Norbu and Tenzin began to transform. The merchant's words became less sharp, his voice less certain. Sometimes he would emerge from his shop, but remain silent, simply watching as the peaceful monk passed by. Other villagers began to notice the change, and whispers of hope began to replace whispers of embarrassment. One morning, nearly a year after Pema had first asked her question by the pond, Norbu did something that shocked everyone who witnessed it. As Tenzin approached his shop, the merchant stepped forward, not with anger, but with uncertainty. "Monk," he said, his voice rough from disuse of kind words, I have been unkind to you. Every day for months, and you have never responded with anger. Why?" Tenzin stopped and looked at Norbu with the same peaceful expression he had worn through all those months of insults. "Because your anger was never really about me," he said simply. "It was about your pain. And pain, when it's understood with compassion, eventually transforms into wisdom." Norbu's eyes filled with tears, the first tears he had allowed himself to shed since his world had fallen apart. "I've been so angry," he whispered. Angry at the world, angry at life, angry at anyone who seemed to have what I had lost. But mostly, angry at myself for failing. "And now?" Tenzin asked gently. "Now I'm tired of being angry. Tired of carrying this poison inside me. Can you teach me what you know? Can you show me how to find peace the way you have?" This is the miracle that happens when we learn to be like the pond, unshakable in our deepest nature, able to return to peace, no matter what stones are thrown into our consciousness. We don't just protect ourselves from others' negativity. We create possibilities for transformation that wouldn't exist if we responded with anger to anger, hurt to hurt. The first principle of becoming unshakable is this: understand that harsh words and cruel treatment say more about the person giving them than about you. When someone tries to disturb your peace, they're usually broadcasting their own pain. You can choose to receive that broadcast and let it disturb your inner stillness, or you can let it pass through you like ripples on water, returning to your natural state of peace. As you drift towards sleep tonight, carry with you the image of that monastery pond. Remember that your deepest nature, like the water's deepest nature, is stillness and peace. Tomorrow, when someone speaks harshly or treats you unfairly, you'll have a choice. You can let their pain become your pain, or you can remain centered in your own peace, and perhaps, like Tenzin, create space for healing to occur. The ripples are not the pond. The disturbance is not who you are. Rest now in the knowledge that nothing, no harsh word, no unfair treatment, no one else's anger, can permanently disturb the peace that is your birthright. You are unshakable because your true nature is as constant as water's ability to return to stillness, as reliable as the sun's ability to rise each morning, as eternal as the love that moves through all things. Principle 2. Everyone is your teacher. As our second journey unfolds, we travel from the high monastery of Tibet to the bamboo forests of ancient China, where a different kind of wisdom awaited discovery. Here, in a time when scholars and poets walked dusty roads seeking enlightenment, lived a Zen master whose understanding of human nature would challenge everything we think we know about difficult people. His name was Master Lin, and the lesson he taught would transform not just his students, but anyone who truly grasps its profound simplicity. Picture, if you will, a monastery unlike the stone fortress we visited in Tibet. This one was built of warm wood and paper screens, nestled in a grove of towering bamboo that whispered ancient secrets whenever the wind stirred their emerald leaves. The sound was like nature's own meditation, a soft, constant rustling that seemed to wash away the noise of the busy world beyond. Students came here from across the vast expanse of China, some traveling for months along dangerous mountain passes and through bandit-infested valleys, all seeking something that couldn't be found in books or bought with gold. Master Lin was known throughout the land, not for his stern discipline or harsh teachings, but for something far more rare, his infinite patience and his ability to see potential where others saw only problems. His eyes held the depth of someone who had looked long into the nature of human suffering and found not despair, but profound compassion. Students would often say that a single conversation with Master Lin could illuminate truths they had been searching for their entire lives. Among the many seekers who found their way to his monastery was a young man named Jian, whose arrival would test every ounce of Master Lin's legendary patience. Jian was brilliant. There was no denying that. His mind was sharp as a freshly forged blade, capable of cutting through complex philosophical arguments with startling precision. But somewhere in his 23 years of life, that brilliance had curdled into arrogance, and his sharp mind had become a weapon he used to prove his superiority over everyone around him. The other students noticed Jian's disruptive presence from his very first day. During the pre-dawn meditation, when the monastery was supposed to be wrapped in profound silence, Jian would arrive exactly 7 minutes late, his wooden sandals clicking deliberately against the polished floor. He would settle onto his meditation cushion with an elaborate display of adjusting his robes, clearing his throat, and shifting his position, each movement designed to draw attention to his arrival. The ripple of irritation that spread through the meditation hall was almost tangible, yet Master Lin never once turned his head or acknowledged the disruption. During the daily teaching sessions, when Master Lin would share insights from the great Buddhist texts or speak about the nature of enlightenment, Jian would interrupt with questions that weren't really questions at all, but thinly veiled attempts to demonstrate his own knowledge. "Master," he would say, his voice carrying just enough respect to avoid outright rudeness, "surely you're aware that the scholar Wei dynasty interpreted that passage quite differently. Or, while that's an interesting perspective, don't you think it contradicts what the Buddha taught about attachment in the Lotus Sutra?" These weren't the sincere inquiries of a student seeking understanding. They were intellectual traps, designed to make Master Lin look foolish or unprepared. Yet the master would respond to each challenge with genuine thoughtfulness, often saying, "What an excellent point, Jian. Let's explore that together," before launching into explanations that were somehow even deeper and more nuanced than his original teaching. But it was Jian's behavior during work periods that truly tested the community's patience. Each student was assigned daily tasks: sweeping the meditation hall, tending the vegetable garden, preparing meals, copying sacred texts. These weren't just chores, they were considered essential parts of spiritual practice, opportunities to cultivate mindfulness and humility. Jian, however, seemed to view manual labor as beneath someone of his intellectual caliber. He would disappear during garden work, claiming he needed to contemplate a particularly challenging philosophical concept. When it was his turn to sweep, he would do such a hasty, careless job that others had to redo his work. During meal preparation, he would position himself as far as possible from the actual cooking, preferring to engage anyone who would listen in elaborate discussions about the spiritual significance of different foods. The result was that the burden of Jan's neglected duties fell on his fellow students, who were already working hard to maintain the monastery while pursuing their own spiritual development. They began to gather during their free time, their voices tight with frustration as they shared their grievances. "It's not fair," whispered Chen, an earnest young man who had given up a promising career as a government official to seek enlightenment. "We're all here to learn, but we end up doing his work on top of our own. How can we focus on our practice when we're constantly cleaning up after his irresponsibility? And his constant showing off during teachings," added Wei, an older student who had spent 3 years saving money for the journey to the monastery. "He's not trying to learn, he's trying to prove he's smarter than Master Lin. It's disrespectful, and it disrupts everyone's concentration." The complaints grew louder and more frequent. Students who had come seeking peace found themselves consumed with resentment toward their disruptive classmate. The harmonious atmosphere that Master Lin had carefully cultivated over decades was beginning to crack under the strain of one person's selfish behavior. Finally, on an evening when the bamboo grove was particularly restless in the wind, as if nature itself was reflecting the inner turmoil of the community, Wei approached Master Lin. The master was sitting in his favorite spot, a small wooden platform overlooking the monastery's pond, where lotus flowers floated like prayers made visible. The setting sun painted everything in warm gold, but Wei's face was dark with frustration. "Master," Wei began, his usual calm demeanor cracking with suppressed emotion, "we need to talk about Jan. His behavior is destroying the peace of our community. He's disrespectful during meditation, disruptive during teachings, and lazy during work. The other students are talking about leaving if something doesn't change." Master Lin nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving the lotus blossoms that swayed gently in the evening breeze. "Tell me, Wei," he said, his voice as calm as still water, "what has Jian taught you?" Wei blinked in confusion. I don't understand, Master. What could I possibly learn from someone who shows no respect for our practice?" Master Lin smiled, not the gentle, approving smile he usually wore, but something deeper, tinged with a knowledge that seemed to encompass all of human nature's complexity. "Come," he said, rising from his meditation cushion. "Let me show you something." He led Wei to the monastery's garden, where an ancient pine tree stood silhouetted against the darkening sky. This tree was famous throughout the region, not for its beauty, though it was indeed beautiful, but for its resilience. For over 200 years, it had endured mountain storms that had felled trees twice its size. Its trunk was gnarled and twisted, bent by decades of harsh winds, yet it had grown strong and magnificent, its branches reaching toward heaven with unshakable determination. "This tree," Master Lin said, running his weathered hand along the deeply grooved bark, "do you think it curses the storms that have shaped it? Does it resent the harsh winds that bent its trunk and stripped its needles? Does it wish it had lived in a greenhouse, protected from all difficulties? Wei stared at the ancient pine, beginning to sense that his teacher was leading him toward an understanding that would challenge everything he thought he knew about obstacles and difficulties. "No, Master," he said slowly. "The storms made it strong." "Exactly," Master Lin said, his voice carrying the satisfaction of a teacher whose student was beginning to glimpse the truth. This tree didn't become magnificent despite the storms. It became magnificent because of them. Each harsh wind that bent its branches forced it to sink deeper roots. Each winter that stripped its needles taught it to conserve energy and grow stronger. Every challenge that could have destroyed it instead became part of what made it beautiful. Wei was beginning to understand, but the implications of Master Lin's teaching were so radical that his mind resisted them. "But Master," he protested, "surely you're not saying that Jian's disruptive behavior is good for us." Master Lin's eyes twinkled with something that might have been amusement. "Tell me, Wei, before Jian arrived at our monastery, how patient were you? How deep was your compassion for difficult people? How strong was your commitment to your practice when it wasn't convenient or comfortable?" The questions hit Wei like physical blows. He had always considered himself a patient person, but he realized now that his patience had never been truly tested. Living in the monastery before Jian's arrival had been pleasant, peaceful, easy. Everyone was dedicated, respectful, kind. It was simple to be patient with people who never challenged your patience. "Jian," Master Lin continued, "is showing you exactly where your spiritual practice is still shallow. He's revealing the places where your peace depends on external conditions rather than inner strength. He's teaching you the difference between conditional kindness and unconditional compassion." Wei felt something shift inside his chest, a loosening of the tight knot of resentment he had carried for months. "You're saying that my anger toward Jian is really about my own spiritual limitations?" "I'm saying that Jian is holding up a mirror," Master Lin replied. "And what you see in that mirror, the impatience, the judgment, the desire to control how others behave, these are the things that are blocking your path to enlightenment. Without Jian, you might have spent years thinking you were more advanced than you actually are. Buddha taught that when watching after yourself, you watch after others. When watching after others, you watch after yourself. In this ancient wisdom lay the key to understanding why every person we encounter, especially the difficult ones, are our teachers in disguise. "But what about the practical problems?" Wei asked, his logical mind still struggling with this new perspective. "What about the disrupted meditations, the extra work, the disrespectful questions? How do we handle those things if we're supposed to see Jian as a teacher?" Master Lin nodded approvingly. "Now you're asking the right question. Seeing someone as a teacher doesn't mean becoming passive or accepting harmful behavior. It means responding to challenges with wisdom instead of reacting with emotion." He gestured toward the monastery, where warm light glowed from the windows and the sound of evening chanting drifted on the wind. When Jian disrupts meditation, instead of feeling angry, we can practice deeper concentration. When he asks challenging questions, instead of feeling defensive, I can explore my teachings more deeply. When he avoids work, instead of resenting him, We can practice generosity by picking up his tasks. But doesn't that just enable his bad behavior? Wei protested. Does the tree enable the storm by bending with the wind instead of breaking? Master Lin asked. Sometimes the most powerful response to destructive behavior is to remain centered and peaceful. Sometimes compassion requires setting boundaries. The key is acting from wisdom rather than reacting from emotion. As they walked back toward the monastery, Wei found himself seeing everything differently. The students he had viewed as victims of Jian's behavior now appeared to him as people being offered a profound opportunity for growth. The disruptions he had seen as obstacles to spiritual progress now looked like perfect training grounds for developing unshakable peace. Master, Wei said quietly, what about Jian himself? If we're all learning from him, what is he learning? Is he benefiting from his own behavior? Master Lin stopped walking and turned to face his student. Now you're beginning to see with true compassion. Jian is the most isolated person in our community. His arrogance is a wall he's built to protect a heart that's afraid of being found inadequate. His disruptions are desperate attempts to feel important, to matter. He's teaching you patience and compassion, yes, but what he's learning is much harder. What is he learning? He's learning that no amount of intellectual brilliance can substitute for genuine human connection. He's learning that trying to prove your worth through superiority only leads to loneliness. Most importantly, he's learning, though he doesn't recognize it yet, what it feels like to be met with patience and kindness, even when you don't deserve it. Wei felt tears gathering in his eyes as he understood the full scope of what Master Lin was revealing. You've been teaching him too, haven't you? All those times when you responded to his disrespect with patience, when you answered his trap questions with genuine wisdom, you were showing him what unconditional compassion looks like. Every interaction is a teaching, Master Lin said, simply. When we respond to difficulty with wisdom instead of reactivity, we plant seeds. We may never see those seeds sprout, but that doesn't make the planting less important. In the days that followed Wei's conversation with Master Lin, something remarkable began to happen in the monastery. As Wei shared the master's teaching with the other students, their entire relationship with Jian began to transform. Instead of seeing him as an obstacle to their spiritual progress, they began to see him as an essential part of it. When Jian arrived late to meditation, instead of feeling irritated, the students used his disruption as a reminder to sink deeper into their own concentration. When he asked his challenging questions during teachings, instead of viewing them as disrespectful interruptions, they listened carefully to Master Lin's responses, learning not just about Buddhism but about how to handle difficult people with grace. Most remarkably, when Jian avoided his work duties, the other students began volunteering to take on extra tasks, not with resentment, but with genuine compassion for someone who was clearly struggling with his own inner conflicts. They began to see his laziness not as selfishness, but as a symptom of someone who had never learned the joy of serving others. This shift in perspective had an unexpected effect on Jian himself. For months, he had been feeding off the irritation and resentment of his fellow students. Their reactions had confirmed his belief that he was superior to them, that their spiritual practice was shallow and easily disturbed. But as their responses changed, the energy that fueled his disruptive behavior began to dissipate. It's difficult to maintain arrogance when everyone around you responds to your worst behavior with compassion. It's hard to feel superior when people meet your selfishness with generosity. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, Jian's rigid defenses began to crack. The breakthrough came on a spring morning when the bamboo grove was alive with new growth. Jian had once again failed to show up for his assigned garden work, leaving the others to weed the vegetable plots alone. But this time, instead of grumbling about his absence, the students worked in peaceful silence, grateful for the opportunity to practice mindfulness while their hands moved among the growing plants. Jian, who had been hiding in the library, ostensibly studying but actually avoiding work, happened to look out the window and see his fellow students bent over the garden beds. For the first time, he really saw them, not as people he needed to impress or outsmart, but as human beings who were quietly carrying his burden without complaint. Something inside him broke open. All his life, he had believed that worth came from being better than others, smarter than others, more important than others. But watching those students tend the garden with such peace and dedication, he realized he had never felt the simple satisfaction of contributing to something larger than himself. Without saying a word, Jian closed his book and walked outside. He knelt beside Chen, picked up a weeding tool, and began working. The other students glanced up in surprise, but they didn't make a big show of welcoming him. They simply made room for him in the row of vegetables. For the first time since arriving at the monastery, Jian worked without trying to prove anything. He just worked, pulling weeds, loosening soil, his hands growing dirty alongside everyone else's. And in that simple shared labor, he discovered something he had been seeking his entire life without knowing it, the feeling of belonging. That evening, Master Lin found Jian sitting alone by the lotus pond, staring at his reflection in the still water. "Master," Jian said without looking up, "I think I understand now why you never asked me to leave, even when everyone wanted you to." "Oh," Master Lin settled beside him on the wooden platform. "What do you understand?" "You saw what I couldn't see, that I needed to learn how to be part of something instead of apart from everything. You knew that the other students needed to learn how to love someone who was hard to love. We were all each other's teachers." Master Lin smiled, the deep, satisfied smile of a gardener whose careful tending has finally produced fruit. And what was the most important lesson? Jian was quiet for a long moment, watching the lotus blossoms bob gently in the evening breeze. That everyone I meet is showing me something about myself. The people who irritate me are showing me where I still need to grow. The people who challenge me are strengthening my compassion. Even the people who seem to have nothing to teach me are teaching me about humility. This profound understanding is what Buddha meant when he taught that we are all interconnected, that every encounter is an opportunity for mutual awakening. The principle that everyone is your teacher doesn't just apply to wise masters or enlightened beings. It applies most especially to the difficult people, the ones who trigger our impatience, our judgment, our desire to control. In our modern world, this ancient wisdom is more relevant than ever. That coworker who constantly interrupts meetings is teaching you about patience and the art of listening. That family member who always has to be right is showing you how to respond with love instead of arguing. That stranger who cuts you off in traffic is offering you a chance to practice letting go of anger. The key is shifting your perspective from, "Why is this person making my life difficult?" to, "What is this person here to teach me?" This single change in viewpoint transforms every challenging interaction from a source of stress into an opportunity for growth. When someone criticizes you unfairly, instead of getting defensive, you can ask, "Is this teaching me about my attachment to others' opinions?" When someone treats you rudely, instead of taking it personally, you can wonder, "Is this showing me how pain sometimes expresses itself as aggression?" This doesn't mean accepting abuse or failing to set appropriate boundaries. Like the pine tree that bends with the storm but doesn't break, we can be flexible and responsive without being passive victims. Sometimes the teaching requires us to speak up, to protect ourselves, to walk away. But we can do these things from a place of wisdom rather than reactivity, from strength rather than weakness. The beautiful paradox of seeing everyone as your teacher is that it makes you virtually unshakable. When difficult people are no longer enemies to be defeated, but teachers to be learned from, they lose their power to disturb your peace. When challenging situations become opportunities for growth, rather than obstacles to happiness, you discover an inner resilience that nothing can destroy. As you settle deeper into rest tonight, carry with you the image of that ancient pine tree, shaped by storms into something magnificent. Remember that every person who challenges you is offering you the chance to sink deeper roots, to grow stronger, to become more beautiful in your response to life's difficulties. Tomorrow, when you encounter someone who tests your patience, you'll have a choice. You can see them as an enemy of your peace, or as a teacher offering you the exact lesson you need for your growth. In that choice lies the difference between remaining reactive and becoming truly wise, between staying fragile and becoming unshakable. Everyone is your teacher. The question is not whether you'll have difficult people in your life. You will. The question is whether you'll let them teach you or simply frustrate you. In your willingness to learn from everyone, especially the challenging ones, lies one of the most powerful secrets of Buddhist wisdom, that enlightenment comes not from avoiding difficulties, but from allowing them to transform you. Principle 3. Transform envy into inspiration. From the bamboo groves of Master Lin's monastery, our journey now carries us to the bustling marketplaces of ancient India, where the very foundations of Buddhist wisdom were first laid. Here, beneath the scorching sun, and among the calls of merchants hawking their wares, we discover a truth so powerful it can transform one of humanity's most destructive emotions into a force for profound personal growth. This is the story of two monks whose different responses to the same situation would reveal the third principle of becoming unshakable. In the great trading city of Vaishali, where caravans from distant lands converged to exchange silk, spices, and precious gems, stood a modest monastery that served as a refuge for wandering monks. The monastery was simple, just a collection of small wooden huts surrounding a central courtyard, where a single Bodhi tree provided blessed shade from the relentless Indian sun. Unlike the mountain retreats we visited, this monastery existed in the heart of human activity, where the spiritual and material worlds collided daily in a symphony of commerce, ambition, and desire. Two young monks, Tao and Ananda, had arrived at this monastery on the same dusty road, both seeking to deepen their understanding of the Buddha's teachings. They were similar in many ways, both intelligent, both dedicated to their spiritual practice, both having left comfortable family lives to pursue enlightenment. Yet their responses to the world around them would prove to be as different as fire and water. Tao was a serious young man whose shaved head and intense dark eyes reflected his earnest dedication to Buddhist principles. He had memorized vast portions of the sacred texts and could recite complex philosophical arguments with precision that impressed even the monastery's elder monks. His meditation practice was disciplined and rigorous. He would sit motionless for hours, his back straight as a mountain peak, his breathing so controlled it barely stirred the air around him. Yet for all his dedication, there was something rigid about Tao's approach to enlightenment, something that suggested he viewed spiritual progress as a competition to be won, rather than a journey to be experienced. Ananda, by contrast, approached his practice with a lightness that some mistook for lack of seriousness. He laughed easily, asked questions that revealed genuine curiosity rather than desire to impress, and seemed to find wonder in the simplest aspects of monastery life. When he meditated, his face held a gentle smile, as if he were visiting with an old friend. When he studied the texts, he would often pause to gaze out the window, apparently lost in contemplation of how the teachings applied to the bustling life beyond the monastery walls. The monastery's location in the heart of Vaishali meant that the monks regularly encountered the full spectrum of human fortune and misfortune. Wealthy merchants would arrive at the monastery's gates in elaborate palanquins, seeking blessings for their ventures, or offering generous donations in gratitude for successful trades. Their silk robes rustled with every movement, their fingers glittered with rings worth more than most people earned in a lifetime, and their confident bearing spoke of lives lived without material worry. It was the arrival of one such merchant that would test both monks in ways they never anticipated. His name was Vijay, and even by the standards of Vaishali's wealthy traders, he was extraordinarily successful. His caravan stretched for nearly a quarter mile along the dusty road, dozens of camels loaded with precious goods, guards on horseback with gleaming weapons, servants attending to every conceivable need. Vijay himself rode in a palanquin, so ornate it seemed to capture and reflect the sunlight like a moving jewel. When Vijay approached the monastery to make his customary donation, the contrast between his worldly magnificence and the monks' simple brown robes was almost overwhelming. He stepped from his palanquin wearing robes of the finest silk, dyed in colors so rich they seemed to glow, deep purples that spoke of rare shellfish harvested from distant seas, golds that rivaled the sun itself, blues that captured the depth of twilight skies. Precious stones adorned his fingers, neck, and wrists, each one carefully chosen not just for its beauty, but for its spiritual significance according to ancient traditions. But it wasn't just Vijay's wealth that commanded attention, it was his presence. He moved with the confidence of someone who had never doubted his place in the world, who had turned every challenge into opportunity, every risk into reward. When he spoke, his voice carried the authority of someone accustomed to being heard and obeyed. Yet there was nothing arrogant about his demeanor, Instead, he radiated the quiet satisfaction of someone who had found his purpose and pursued it with complete dedication. As Vijay described his recent travels to the monastery's elder, both Tao and Ananda found themselves drawn into his stories. He spoke of negotiating with princes in mountain kingdoms, where the air was so thin that every breath felt precious. He described crossing deserts where the stars were so brilliant, they seemed close enough to pluck from the sky. He told of discovering new trade routes that would bring prosperity to entire regions, of building relationships with merchants whose grandfathers had been conducting business across the same routes for generations. "Next month," Vijay said, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, "I leave for the Spice Islands beyond the Eastern Sea. It's a journey that will take 2 years, but the rewards, both material and spiritual, will be extraordinary. I'll be able to fund 3 new monasteries and provide for 100 families through the employment my ventures create." As Vijay spoke, he reached into a silk pouch and withdrew a handful of gold coins, each one stamped with the seal of a different kingdom. He placed them gently in the monastery's donation bowl, the metal ringing softly against the simple clay. "For the Sangha," he said with a slight bow, "may these humble offerings support your noble work." After Vijay departed in his magnificent caravan, leaving behind only the settling dust and the lingering scent of exotic incense that had clung to his robes, the monastery seemed suddenly smaller, plainer, almost shabby, by comparison. The monks' simple brown robes felt rougher against their skin, their basic meals seemed more meager, their modest sleeping quarters appeared cramped and uncomfortable. For Tao, the encounter with Vijay was like a poisoned arrow straight to his heart. As he lay on his thin sleeping mat that night, staring up at the rough wooden ceiling of his tiny cell, his mind churned with bitter thoughts that he couldn't quiet no matter how hard he tried to meditate. "It's not fair," he thought, his jaw clenched with suppressed resentment. "I've given up everything to pursue enlightenment, my family's wealth, my comfortable life, my promising future as a scholar. I spend my days in meditation and study, trying to purify my mind and serve others. Yet this merchant, who spends his time accumulating possessions and pursuing profit, lives like a king while I sleep on the ground." The more Tao thought about the contrast between his austere monk's life and Vijay's opulent existence, the more agitated he became. During morning meditation, instead of focusing on his breath, he found himself imagining what it would feel like to wear silk robes, to travel in a comfortable palanquin, to command the respect that wealth brings. When he tried to study the sacred texts, the words seemed to mock him with their teachings about the illusory nature of material possessions. If possessions are really meaningless, Tao caught himself thinking, then why do I feel so empty without them? If spiritual practice is supposed to bring happiness, why do I feel more miserable than before I became a monk? These thoughts terrified Tao because they contradicted everything he believed about his spiritual path. He had always prided himself on his detachment from worldly concerns, his ability to find contentment in simplicity. But Vijay's visit had revealed that his detachment was shallow, that his contentment depended on not being confronted with attractive alternatives. Day by day, Tao's envy grew like a thorny vine, wrapping itself around his peace and choking out his joy. He became irritable with his fellow monks, critical of the monastery's conditions, resentful toward anyone who seemed happier than he felt. His meditation practice, once a source of deep satisfaction, became a struggle against intrusive thoughts about wealth and comfort. His study of Buddhist texts became an exercise in finding reasons why worldly success was spiritually meaningless, a defensive strategy rather than genuine learning. Ananda, witnessing his friend's transformation, felt deep compassion for Tao's suffering. But Ananda's own response to Vijay's visit had been completely different, and this difference would prove to be the key to understanding how envy can be transformed into inspiration. When Ananda first saw Vijay's magnificent caravan, he felt the same initial stirring of admiration and perhaps a touch of longing that anyone might experience when confronted with such prosperity. But instead of allowing these feelings to ferment into resentment, Ananda examined them with the gentle curiosity that characterized his approach to all mental phenomena. How interesting, he thought to himself, as he watched Vijay's palanquin disappear down the dusty road. I'm feeling attracted to his lifestyle. What exactly is it that I'm admiring? Is it the wealth itself, or something deeper? As Ananda reflected on this question over the following days, he began to realize that what he truly admired about Vijay wasn't the merchant's possessions, but his qualities of character. Vijay had displayed remarkable discipline, the kind of focused dedication that had allowed him to build a vast trading empire from humble beginnings. He had shown courage in his willingness to undertake dangerous journeys to unknown lands. He had demonstrated wisdom in his ability to navigate complex negotiations and build relationships across cultural boundaries. Most importantly, Vijay had exhibited generosity, not just in his donation to the monastery, but in his apparent commitment to using his wealth to benefit others. His mention of funding new monasteries and providing employment showed that his pursuit of prosperity wasn't purely selfish, but included a genuine desire to contribute to the welfare of his community. These are exactly the qualities I want to develop in my spiritual practice, Ananda realized with growing excitement. Discipline, courage, wisdom, generosity. Vijay may be pursuing these through commerce while I pursue them through meditation and study, but the underlying virtues are the same. This insight transformed Ananda's entire relationship with his own spiritual practice. Instead of seeing Vijay as someone who had chosen worldly success over spiritual development, Ananda began to see him as someone who was developing spiritual qualities through worldly means. This perspective didn't make Ananda want to abandon his monastic life, but it did inspire him to approach his practice with renewed energy and purpose. If Vijay could show such discipline in building his business, Ananda reasoned, then surely he could bring that same level of dedication to his meditation practice. If Vijay could be so courageous in facing the dangers of long-distance trade, then Ananda could be equally brave in confronting the difficult emotions and insights that arose during spiritual practice. If Vijay could demonstrate such wisdom in his commercial dealings, then Ananda could apply himself more diligently to understanding the Buddhist teachings. Most transformatively, if Vijay could be so generous with his material wealth, then Ananda could find ways to be equally generous with his spiritual wealth, sharing insights with fellow monks, offering compassion to struggling practitioners, radiating peace to everyone he encountered. The change in Ananda was visible to everyone in the monastery. His meditation became deeper and more focused, inspired by Vijay's example of unwavering concentration on long-term goals. His study of the texts became more thorough and insightful, motivated by Vijay's demonstration of how careful preparation leads to success. His interactions with others became more patient and encouraging, reflecting Vijay's skill in building positive relationships. Within weeks, other monks began seeking out Ananda for guidance and support. His happiness seemed to be contagious, his insights more profound, his presence more calming. Paradoxically, by allowing himself to be inspired by a wealthy merchant's worldly success, Ananda had become a more successful spiritual practitioner. The contrast between the two monks' responses to the same situation illustrates one of Buddhism's most profound teachings about the nature of suffering and happiness. Buddha taught, "Do not be jealous of others' good qualities, but out of admiration, adopt them yourself." This simple instruction contains the key to transforming one of our most painful emotions into one of our most powerful tools for growth. Envy arises when we focus on what others have that we lack, their possessions, their success, their relationships, their apparent happiness. This focus creates a sense of scarcity, a feeling that there isn't enough good fortune to go around, that someone else's gain somehow diminishes our own possibilities. Envy makes us smaller, more bitter, more focused on what's missing from our lives rather than what's present. But when we shift our attention from what others have to how they got it, from their external circumstances to their internal qualities, envy transforms into inspiration. Instead of feeling diminished by others' success, we feel motivated to develop the same virtues that led to their achievements. Instead of seeing their good fortune as evidence of life's unfairness, we see it as proof of what's possible when certain qualities are cultivated and applied. This transformation requires a fundamental shift in how we understand success and happiness. Most envy is based on the assumption that external circumstances determine internal states, that people are happy because they're wealthy, loved because they're attractive, fulfilled because they're successful. But Buddhist wisdom teaches the opposite, that internal qualities create external circumstances, that happiness comes from within and then attracts favorable conditions. When we understand this principle, every person we envy becomes a teacher, showing us which qualities we need to develop. The colleague who gets promoted reveals the importance of dedication and skill. The friend in a happy relationship demonstrates the value of compassion and communication. The neighbor with a beautiful garden shows us what patience and consistent effort can accomplish. Several months after Vijay's visit, the merchant returned to Vaishali. His eastern journey had been even more successful than anticipated, and his caravan was now loaded with spices, silks, and treasures from distant islands. But more than his material wealth, what struck the monks was the change in Vijay himself. He seemed more peaceful, more wise, more deeply content than before. During his visit to the monastery, Vijay shared stories of the challenges he had faced during his journey, storms at sea that had tested his courage, negotiations that had required all his patience and wisdom, moments of doubt when only his discipline had carried him forward. Every difficulty became a teacher, he said. Every obstacle became an opportunity to grow stronger. As Tao listened to these words, something shifted inside him. He realized that Vijay's success hadn't come from luck or privilege, but from the same qualities that Buddhism taught: courage, patience, wisdom, perseverance. The merchant had been following a spiritual path all along, just not in the way Dao had expected. For the first time in months, Dao felt his envy begin to dissolve. In its place arose a new appreciation for his own path and a genuine admiration for Vijay's journey. He began to see that there are many ways to cultivate virtue, many paths to wisdom, many opportunities for growth, and that comparing his path to others had been blocking him from fully embracing his own. Ananda, watching his friend's transformation with joy, approached Dao after Vijay's departure. "What changed?" he asked gently. "I finally understood what you saw from the beginning," Dao replied. "I was so focused on what Vijay had that I couldn't see who he was. His wealth was just the external result of internal qualities, the same qualities we're trying to develop through our practice. Instead of being envious of his success, I should have been inspired by his example." "And now?" Ananda asked. "Now I want to develop that same level of dedication in my meditation, that same courage in facing difficult truths, that same wisdom in understanding the Dharma. Vijay showed me what's possible when these qualities are fully developed. He became my teacher without even knowing it." This story illustrates a truth that can transform every moment of envy into an opportunity for growth. In our modern world, we're constantly exposed to others who seem to have more than we do: more success, more happiness, more love, more recognition. Social media has made this exposure constant and unavoidable, creating endless opportunities for comparison and envy. But each of these moments is also an opportunity to practice the wisdom Ananda discovered. When you see someone's success on social media, instead of focusing on what they have, ask yourself what qualities they must have developed to achieve it. When a colleague gets a promotion you wanted, instead of feeling bitter, consider what skills or attitudes they demonstrated that you could cultivate. When a friend seems happier than you, instead of resenting their joy, observe how they approach life and relationships. This practice transforms envy from a poison that corrodes your peace into a compass that points toward your own growth. Every person you envy becomes a mirror showing you your own potential. Every achievement that stirs your jealousy becomes a map showing you which qualities to develop. The key is remembering that qualities of character, courage, discipline, wisdom, compassion, generosity are not limited resources. One person's development of these virtues doesn't diminish your ability to develop them too. In fact, seeing these qualities expressed successfully in others proves that they're attainable, that the path of growth you're on leads somewhere real and valuable. There's a beautiful paradox in this practice. The more you transform envy into inspiration, the less you need external validation to feel successful. When you're focused on developing your own character, rather than comparing your circumstances to others, you find satisfaction in your growth, regardless of how it measures against others' achievements. You become unshakable because your sense of worth comes from within, rather than from comparison. This doesn't mean becoming complacent or unambitious. Ananda didn't lose his drive to grow spiritually when he stopped envying Vijay. Instead, he became more motivated than ever. But his motivation came from inspiration rather than inadequacy, from love of excellence rather than fear of being left behind. As you rest tonight, bring to mind someone whose success has recently stirred feelings of envy in you. Instead of focusing on what they have that you lack, consider what qualities they must possess to have achieved what they've achieved. Ask yourself, how can I develop these same qualities in my own life, in my own way? Perhaps their success required exceptional dedication. How can you bring that same level of commitment to your own goals? Maybe they showed remarkable courage. Where in your life could you benefit from being braver? Possibly they demonstrated great compassion. How might you express more kindness in your daily interactions? When you wake tomorrow, you'll have a choice in how you respond to others' success. You can let their achievements make you feel smaller, or you can let them inspire you to become larger. You can use their good fortune as evidence that life is unfair, or as proof of what becomes possible when virtue is cultivated and applied. The third principle of becoming unshakable is this: transform every moment of envy into an opportunity for inspiration. See in others' successes not a reason for resentment, but a roadmap for your own development. Let their achievements light the way toward your own growth, rather than casting shadows on your self-worth. In this transformation lies one of the most liberating discoveries of the spiritual path, that everyone you meet is either a teacher showing you something to cultivate, or a mirror reflecting something you've already developed. Either way, every encounter becomes an opportunity for learning. Every comparison becomes a tool for growth. Every feeling of envy becomes a doorway to inspiration. In this way, you become truly unshakable, not because you never feel envy, but because you've learned to alchemize that feeling into gold. Principle 4. Be strict with yourself, gentle with others. Our journey through ancient wisdom now leads us to the misty mountains of Korea, where autumn painted the hillsides in flames of red and gold. Here, in a monastery perched like an eagle's nest on a cliff overlooking valleys thick with ancient pine forests, we encounter a teaching so profound, yet so simple, that it would revolutionize how we see both our own shortcomings and the failings of others. This is the story of Master Heimin and two students whose opposing approaches to self-discipline and compassion would illuminate the fourth principle of unshakable inner strength. The Monastery of Eternal Springs had earned its name from the natural hot springs that bubbled up from deep within the mountain, providing warmth even during the harshest Korean winters. Steam would rise from these sacred pools like incense offerings to the sky, creating an atmosphere of perpetual mystery and renewal. The monastery itself was built in the traditional Korean style, with gracefully curved rooftops that seemed to dance with the mountain mists and wooden buildings that had weathered centuries of seasons while maintaining their quiet dignity. Master Heimin, the monastery's gentle yet formidable teacher, was known throughout Korea for his unusual approach to spiritual instruction. While many masters of his era were stern and demanding, Master Heimin had developed a reputation for seeing into the heart of each student's unique struggles and offering precisely the guidance they needed to overcome their particular obstacles. His eyes, deep-set and kind, seemed to hold both infinite patience and unwavering discernment, as if he could see not just who you were, but who you were capable of becoming. Among his many students were two young monks whose contrasting personalities would provide the perfect laboratory for exploring the delicate balance between self-discipline and compassion. The first was Quan, a perfectionist whose dedication to spiritual practice was matched only by his harsh judgment of anyone who failed to meet his exacting standards. The second was Minsu, whose kind heart and gentle nature masked a troubling tendency towards self-criticism and personal laxity. Quan had arrived at the monastery with the intensity of someone fleeing from his own imperfections. As the eldest son of a wealthy merchant family, he had been groomed for success from childhood, taught that excellence was not just expected, but mandatory. Every aspect of his upbringing had reinforced the belief that worth was earned through achievement, that love was conditional upon performance, that any failing was a cause for shame. When he decided to become a monk, Quan brought this same merciless drive for perfection to his spiritual practice, but with a twist that made his presence difficult for everyone around him. Quan held himself to impossibly high standards, rising before dawn to meditate for hours, memorizing vast passages of Buddhist texts with machine-like precision, and performing every monastery duty with meticulous attention to detail. His own cell was immaculate, his few possessions arranged with geometric precision, his sleeping mat positioned at exactly the correct angle, his water bowl polished to mirror brightness. He fasted regularly, often skipping meals to demonstrate his detachment from bodily desires, and he could sit in meditation for longer periods than monks with decades more experience. But Quan's perfectionism came with a terrible cost. He applied the same ruthless standards to everyone around him. When a fellow student arrived late to morning meditation, Quan's disapproving glare could be felt across the entire hall. If someone made an error while reciting texts, Quan would correct them with barely concealed irritation. When monastery duties weren't performed to his exacting specifications, he would redo the work himself, making sure others noticed his superior efforts. How can they be so careless with their spiritual practice? Quan would mutter to himself as he swept floors that others had already cleaned, his jaw tight with frustration. Don't they understand that every moment wasted, every duty performed carelessly, every distraction entertained is an obstacle to enlightenment? If they can't even fold their robes properly, how can they hope to achieve liberation from suffering? The other students began to avoid Quan, not out of malice, but out of exhaustion. His constant criticism and implied superiority created an atmosphere of tension that seemed to defeat the very purpose of monastic community. Even his genuine achievements, his profound knowledge of the texts, his impressive meditation skills, his unquestionable dedication, were overshadowed by the uncomfortable feeling that he was keeping score of everyone's spiritual progress and finding them all lacking. Minsu represented the opposite extreme. Where Quan was harsh with others, Minsu was endlessly patient and forgiving. He had been raised by grandparents whose unconditional love had taught him to see the best in everyone, to make excuses for others' failings, to offer second and third and fourth chances to anyone who disappointed him. His natural compassion made him beloved by everyone in the monastery. Students sought him out for comfort when they struggled, and even the most difficult personalities seemed to soften in his presence. But Minsu's gentleness with others was matched by a troubling harshness toward himself. When he made mistakes, arriving late, forgetting a teaching, performing a task imperfectly, he would berate himself with a cruelty that would have shocked anyone who knew only his public kindness. "You're so stupid," he would whisper to himself after stumbling over a passage during group recitation. "Everyone else can remember these teachings, but you can't even pay attention properly. You don't deserve to be here with these dedicated practitioners." While Quan drove himself to excessive achievement, Minsu's self-criticism often paralyzed him into inaction. He would spend so much mental energy berating himself for previous mistakes that he couldn't focus on present tasks. His meditation practice suffered because he was constantly distracted by thoughts of how inadequate his meditation was. His study of the texts was hampered by a voice in his head that insisted he was too simple-minded to understand profound teachings. The irony was that both monks were sabotaging their spiritual progress, just in opposite ways. Quan's criticism of others created barriers to the compassion that is central to Buddhist practice. Minsu's self-criticism created barriers to the self-respect and confidence necessary for genuine spiritual growth. Both were stuck in patterns that seemed virtuous on the surface, but were actually obstacles to enlightenment. Master Harmin observed both students with the patient attention of a gardener, watching seedlings struggle toward the light. He could see that each possessed exactly what the other needed. Quan had the self-discipline that Minsu lacked, while Minsu had the compassion that Quan needed to develop. But simply telling them to change would be useless. They needed to discover the truth through their own experience. The opportunity for this discovery came during the monastery's annual preparation for winter. Each autumn, the entire community would work together to gather firewood, preserve food, repair buildings, and complete all the tasks necessary to survive the harsh mountain winter. It was a time when individual spiritual practice merged with collective responsibility, when the monastery's survival depended on everyone contributing their best efforts. Master Heimin assigned Quan and Minsu to work together on the crucial task of waterproofing the main meditation hall's roof. This job required both technical precision — the tiles had to be positioned exactly right to prevent leaks — and patient cooperation, since two people had to coordinate their movements while balancing on steep, slippery surfaces. From the first morning of their collaboration, the fundamental difference in their approaches became glaringly apparent. Quan approached the task with his characteristic intensity, carefully measuring each tile placement, checking and rechecking every joint, working with the focused determination of someone for whom anything less than perfection was unacceptable. When Minsu made small errors, placing a tile slightly askew, letting his attention wander, working at a pace that Quan considered insufficiently urgent, Quan's frustration became increasingly obvious. "No, no," Quan would say, his voice tight with barely controlled irritation as he repositioned tiles that Minsu had placed. "The measurements have to be exact or the whole section will leak. If we're going to do this job, we need to do it right the first time." His criticism was technically accurate, but delivered with an edge that made Minsu wince and become even more nervous, which led to more mistakes, which increased Quan's frustration in a cycle that seemed destined to explode. Meanwhile, Minsu's internal dialogue was becoming increasingly vicious. "You're ruining everything," he told himself after each correction from Quan. You can't even place roof tiles properly. How pathetic is that? Quan probably thinks you're the most incompetent person he's ever worked with. You should just quit and let someone capable handle this important work. But instead of quitting or defending himself, Min-soo did something that revealed the beautiful but misguided nature of his character. When Quan made his own mistakes, dropping tools, miscalculating measurements, struggling with the physical demands of roof work, Min-soo immediately offered understanding and support. "Don't worry about it," Min-soo would say when Quan fumbled a tile and sent it sliding off the roof. "This is difficult work, and we're both learning. Let me help you with that heavy section." This pattern continued for 3 days. Quan harsh with Min-soo's errors but blind to his own. Min-soo gentle with Quan's struggles but merciless toward his own failings. The roof work progressed slowly, hampered not by lack of skill but by the emotional atmosphere the two monks had created. Other students began to notice the tension and started avoiding the area where Quan and Min-soo were working. On the 4th morning, Master Heyman appeared at the base of the ladder leading to the roof. "Come down, both of you," he said, his voice carrying the quiet authority that made every student in the monastery stop what they were doing and listen. "I want to show you something." He led them to the monastery's garden, where 2 mirrors had been positioned facing each other among the autumn chrysanthemums. The morning light caught the polished bronze surfaces, creating a complex interplay of reflections that seemed to multiply infinitely. Master Heyman gestured for each monk to stand in front of one of the mirrors. "Quan," the master said, "look into your mirror and tell me what you see." "I see myself, master," Quan replied, though his expression suggested he wasn't sure why this was relevant to their roofing project. "And when you look at that reflection, what do you think?" Quan was silent for a moment, then said quietly, "I see someone who needs to work harder, who could be more disciplined, who has far to go before achieving enlightenment." Master Heyman nodded and turned to Min-soo. "And you, Min-soo? What do you see in your mirror?" "I see someone who keeps making mistakes," Min-soo said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Someone who isn't good enough, who disappoints others, who probably doesn't belong here." "Interesting," Master Harmon said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Now, I want you each to look at the other person and tell me what you see." Quan looked at Min-soo and said, "I see someone who tries hard but lacks focus and precision. Someone who means well but doesn't apply himself sufficiently to important tasks." Min-soo looked at Quan and said, "I see someone who's incredibly dedicated and skilled. Someone who cares deeply about doing things right and has achieved a level of discipline I can only admire." Master Heyman smiled the gentle smile of a teacher whose students were about to discover something important about themselves. "Do you notice anything interesting about these observations?" Both monks looked puzzled, so Master Heyman continued. "Quan, you use your mirror to examine your own faults with ruthless precision, but when you look at Min-soo, you see his faults just as clearly. You are strict with yourself and strict with others." He paused to let this sink in. "Min-soo, you use your mirror to see only your own inadequacies, but when you look at Quan, you see his strengths and virtues. You are harsh with yourself, but gentle with others." "But Master," Quan protested, "isn't it important to maintain high standards?" Shouldn't we expect excellence from ourselves and others? And Master, Minsu added, isn't it better to be understanding of others' struggles? Shouldn't we be compassionate toward people who are trying their best? Master Heyman picked up a small pebble from the garden path and tossed it into the reflection pool beside the mirrors. The ripples distorted both reflections, making them waver and change. Watch how the water responds to the stone, he said. Does it become angry at the disturbance? Does it criticize the stone for disrupting its perfect surface? No, Master, both students replied. The water simply accepts the disturbance and gradually returns to stillness. But notice, the water doesn't become chaotic or lose its essential nature because of the ripples. It remains water, clear and pure, even while adapting to the stone's impact. He gestured for them to sit on the wooden bench beside the pool. True spiritual strength comes from being like this water, maintaining your own clarity and purity while accepting that others may create ripples in your environment. This means being strict with yourself, maintaining your own standards, your own discipline, your own commitment to growth, while being gentle with others, understanding that they are at different points in their journey and may disturb your peace as they learn. But how do we know when to be strict and when to be gentle? Quan asked, his voice reflecting genuine confusion. The key, Master Heyman replied, is understanding what you can and cannot control. You can control your own thoughts, your own actions, your own responses to situations. Therefore, you can and should hold yourself to high standards in these areas. But you cannot control others' thoughts, actions, or responses. Therefore, expecting them to meet your standards will only lead to frustration and conflict. He pointed to the roof they had been working on. When you make a mistake placing a tile, Quan, you should indeed notice it quickly and correct it immediately. That's being properly strict with yourself. But when Minsu makes a mistake, your job is not to judge him or correct him harshly, but to respond with the same patience you would want to receive if you were learning something new. And Minsu, he continued, when you make a mistake, you should acknowledge it calmly and learn from it without the harsh self-criticism that only makes you more likely to repeat the error. That's being properly strict with yourself, holding yourself accountable without being cruel. But you should continue to show others the same compassion you naturally feel, understanding that everyone is struggling in their own way. Buddha taught, you yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. This teaching reveals the heart of the fourth principle, that true spiritual strength comes from applying high standards to yourself while extending compassion to others. It's about taking full responsibility for your own growth while allowing others the space to learn at their own pace. Master Heyman stood and walked to a nearby tree whose branches were heavy with autumn leaves. He picked up a fallen leaf and held it gently in his palm. This leaf fell because it was ready to fall, he said. The tree didn't push it off for being imperfect, and the leaf didn't cling desperately to the branch because it feared judgment. Everything happened in its natural time, according to natural law. Your spiritual practice should be the same way. Be like the tree, rooted firmly in your own values and discipline, growing steadily toward the light, but allowing others to develop according to their own natural timing. Don't try to force others to grow faster than they're ready for, and don't abandon your own growth because others seem to be progressing more slowly. The following day, Kwan and Min-soo returned to their roofing work with dramatically different attitudes. Kwan still maintained his high standards for his own work, checking each tile carefully and taking pride in precise measurements. But when Min-soo made errors, instead of criticizing, Kwan would simply say, "Let me show you a technique that might help," or "This part is tricky. I had trouble with it too when I was learning." Min-soo, meanwhile, began catching his own mistakes more quickly and correcting them without the internal barrage of self-criticism. "That tile needs to be repositioned," he would say to himself matter-of-factly, the same way he might observe that a cloud was passing overhead. No drama, no self-flagellation, just calm acknowledgement and correction. The change in their working dynamic was remarkable. The roof work progressed more quickly and smoothly than before, but more importantly, both monks felt energized rather than drained by their collaboration. Other students began gravitating toward their work area again, drawn by the atmosphere of focused calm that had replaced the previous tension. Within a week, their transformation extended far beyond the roofing project. Kwan's relationships with his fellow students improved dramatically as he learned to see their struggles with compassion rather than judgment. His own spiritual practice became more joyful and sustainable as he maintained discipline without the harsh self-criticism that had previously driven him. Min-soo's practice deepened as he learned to hold himself accountable without cruelty. His natural compassion for others remained intact, but now he extended that same kindness to himself. His meditation became more focused, his study more effective, his service to the community more confident and skilled. Several months later, Master Heyman called both students to join him for evening tea. As they sat together watching the sun set behind the mountain peaks, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, the master asked them to reflect on what they had learned. "I learned that being strict with myself doesn't require being harsh with others," Kwan said thoughtfully. "In fact, when I stopped judging everyone else's performance, I became much better at maintaining my own standards. It's like I had been using so much energy criticizing others that I didn't have enough left for my own growth." Min-soo nodded and added, "And I learned that being gentle with others doesn't require being cruel to myself. I can hold myself to reasonable standards and correct my mistakes without all the self-hatred that used to paralyze me. It turns out that treating myself with the same kindness I show others actually makes me more effective, not less." Master Heyman smiled with the deep satisfaction of a teacher whose students have grasped not just the technique, but the spirit of an important teaching. "You have discovered one of the most liberating truths of the spiritual path," he said. "That real strength comes not from being hard or soft, but from knowing when to be firm and when to be flexible. Like bamboo that bends in strong winds but doesn't break, like water that is soft enough to flow around obstacles, but persistent enough to carve canyons through stone. This principle transforms how we navigate every relationship and challenge in our lives. In our modern world, we often fall into the same traps that Kwan and Min-soo experienced. Some of us become harsh critics of everyone around us, while making excuses for our own failings. Others become so focused on being understanding toward others that we lose all accountability for our own growth and behavior. The Buddhist path offers a wiser way, taking complete responsibility for our own thoughts, emotions, and actions, while extending patience and compassion to others as they navigate their own learning process. This means noticing when we're being lazy or undisciplined with ourselves and correcting course immediately, while also recognizing that others' apparent laziness or lack of discipline might reflect struggles we can't see or understand. When your co-worker consistently arrives late to meetings, instead of judging their character, you can wonder what challenges they might be facing, while ensuring that you yourself are always punctual. When a family member repeatedly makes the same mistakes, instead of lecturing them, you can offer support while making sure you're learning from your own errors. When a friend seems to be making poor choices, instead of trying to control their decisions, you can be available to help while focusing your energy on making wise choices in your own life. This principle also applies to how we handle our own mistakes and shortcomings. Being strict with yourself doesn't mean being cruel or perfectionistic. It means holding yourself accountable with the same firmness and compassion you would use with a beloved friend who was struggling. It means acknowledging errors quickly and completely while maintaining faith in your ability to learn and grow. When you make a mistake at work, you can acknowledge it fully, take steps to correct it, and implement systems to prevent similar errors in the future, all without the internal narrative of shame and self-attack that only makes future mistakes more likely. When you fall short of your own standards in relationships, you can apologize sincerely, change your behavior, and recommit to treating others with love, without drowning in guilt that serves no constructive purpose. The practical application of this principle requires constant mindfulness and the willingness to catch yourself when you slip into old patterns. Throughout each day, you can ask yourself, am I taking appropriate responsibility for my own thoughts and actions? Am I extending appropriate compassion to others as they navigate their own challenges? This isn't about keeping score or achieving perfect balance, but about developing the wisdom to know when firmness serves growth and when gentleness serves healing. Sometimes being strict with yourself means pushing through resistance to do something difficult but important. Other times it means being honest about your limitations and asking for help. Sometimes being gentle with others means offering encouragement and support. Other times, it means setting boundaries to protect your own well-being. The beautiful result of practicing this principle is that you become unshakable in a very specific way. Your sense of worth and peace no longer depends on others' behavior or approval. When you're focused on maintaining your own integrity while accepting others' imperfections, you develop an inner stability that external circumstances can't destroy. You become like Master Haemon's reflection pool, capable of returning to stillness, regardless of what stones others might throw into your environment. As you prepare for sleep tonight, bring to mind a relationship where you've been either too harsh with someone else or too lenient with yourself. Consider how you might apply this principle tomorrow. What would it look like to take fuller responsibility for your own growth while extending greater compassion to the other person's struggles? Perhaps there's someone whose behavior has been frustrating you. Instead of trying to change them, you could focus on responding to their actions with wisdom and patience, while ensuring that your own behavior reflects your highest values. Or maybe there's an area where you've been making excuses for your own lack of progress. You could commit to honest self-improvement while treating yourself with the same kindness you'd show a good friend who was facing similar challenges. The fourth principle of becoming unshakable is this: be your own strictest teacher and everyone else's most compassionate friend. Hold yourself accountable with loving firmness, while holding others with patient understanding. In this balance between self-discipline and compassion lies the secret to relationships that energize, rather than drain you, to personal growth that feels sustainable rather than punishing, to inner peace that remains stable regardless of how imperfectly the people around you behave. Tomorrow, you'll have countless opportunities to practice this wisdom, moments when others disappoint you, and when you disappoint yourself. In each of these moments, you can choose to respond with the balanced strength that Buddha taught, taking full ownership of your part while extending grace to others as they learn theirs. This choice, repeated consistently, becomes the foundation of a life that is both disciplined and compassionate, both strong and gentle, both unshakable and infinitely loving. Principle 5. No one can hurt you without your permission. Deep in the heart of Myanmar, where ancient temples rise like prayers carved in stone and the Irrawaddy River flows like liquid gold in the evening light, we encounter perhaps the most challenging yet liberating truth in all of Buddhist teaching. This is the story of a monk whose encounter with genuine danger would reveal that the greatest strength lies not in avoiding harm, but in understanding what can and cannot truly be harmed within us. Prepare yourself for a journey that will forever change how you understand your own invulnerability. The year was 1287, and the great kingdom of Pagan was crumbling under the weight of political upheaval and foreign invasion. Across the land, temples that had stood for centuries were being abandoned, monks were fleeing to safer regions, and the ancient order that had maintained peace for generations was dissolving into chaos. Yet in this time of terror and uncertainty, one monastery continued to function as if nothing had changed, not out of ignorance of the danger, but out of a profound understanding of what danger actually means. The monastery of the Golden Lotus sat perched on a hill, overlooking a strategic river crossing, making it impossible to ignore the constant stream of refugees fleeing southward, their carts loaded with whatever possessions they could carry, their faces etched with the particular exhaustion that comes from losing everything you thought was permanent. Soldiers from various factions would pass through the area regularly, some maintaining discipline and order, others little better than bandits taking advantage of the chaos to enrich themselves through theft and intimidation. Within this monastery lived a monk named Thura, whose very name meant courageous in the ancient language, though his courage was of a type that most people would not recognize as such. Thura was not physically imposing. He was slight of build, soft-spoken, and possessed the kind of gentle demeanor that might make him seem an easy target to those who measured strength by the ability to intimidate others. But Thura had spent 15 years studying and practicing the deepest teachings of Buddhism, and in those teachings he had discovered something that made him essentially invulnerable, not to physical harm, but to the fear and spiritual damage that such harm is meant to inflict. Unlike many of his brother monks who had fled to safer regions when the political situation deteriorated, Thura had chosen to remain at the monastery, continuing his daily routine of meditation, study, and service to the local community as if the world around him was not falling apart. This wasn't foolish denial of reality. Thura was fully aware of the dangers surrounding him. Rather, it was the expression of a profound understanding about the nature of harm and safety that would soon be tested in the most direct way possible. The test came on a morning when the autumn mist still clung to the river valley like a silk scarf, muffling sound and creating an atmosphere of unreality that seemed appropriate for what was about to unfold. Thura was walking the forest path to the village below, carrying his alms bowl as he had every morning for years, when he encountered a band of deserters from various armies who had turned to banditry as their means of survival. There were 5 of them, armed with swords and spears, their clothes a mixture of military gear and stolen finery that marked them as men who had abandoned any pretense of honor or discipline. Their leader was a heavy-set man with scars across his face and hands that spoke of many violent encounters, his eyes holding the particular hardness that comes from having done things that once seemed unthinkable. When they spotted Thura approaching alone on the forest path, they saw what appeared to be perfect prey, a solitary monk with no protection, no weapons, and presumably access to whatever wealth the monastery might contain. "Stop right there, monk," the leader called out, his voice carrying the casual cruelty of someone accustomed to being obeyed through fear. "We're having a difficult time lately, and we think your monastery should help us out. Tell us where you keep your gold, your jewels, whatever valuable donations the faithful have given you." Thura paused on the path and looked at the 5 armed men with an expression that contained no fear, no anger, no calculation about escape routes or defensive strategies. Instead, his face held something that the bandits had never seen in any of their previous victims, a kind of gentle curiosity, as if he were encountering an interesting natural phenomenon rather than a life-threatening situation. "Good morning, friends," Thura said, his voice as calm and warm as if he were greeting visitors at the monastery gate. "I can see that you're struggling, and I wish I could help you in the way you're requesting. But our monastery has no treasures to give. We own nothing beyond the simplest necessities for our practice and service." The bandit leader's face darkened with anger at what he perceived as defiance disguised as politeness. "Don't lie to us, monk. We know how these places work. Rich devotees bring you offerings of gold and precious stones. You live like kings while pretending to be holy men." He took a step closer, his hand moving to the hilt of his sword. "Tell us where the treasure is hidden, or we'll make you tell us." What happened next would be remembered and retold for generations, not because it was dramatic in the way that stories of heroic battles are dramatic, but because it revealed something about human nature that most people never discover, the difference between what can be threatened and what is truly invulnerable. Thura looked directly into the bandit leader's eyes with an expression of such complete peace that it was almost startling in the context of the threatening situation. "My friend," he said gently, "you can certainly harm this body if you choose to. You can take my life, cause me physical pain, destroy anything material that I might possess. But you cannot touch what is most essential about me unless I give you permission to do so." "What are you talking about?" the bandit demanded, confusion creeping into his voice alongside the anger. "Are you trying to confuse us with your religious nonsense?" "Not at all," Thura replied, settling into a cross-legged position on the forest path as naturally as if he were beginning his morning meditation. "I'm simply telling you the truth about what you can and cannot accomplish through violence. You can hurt my body, but you cannot hurt my peace unless I choose to abandon it. You can threaten my life, but you cannot damage my spirit unless I give you that power over me." The bandits exchanged confused glances. They were accustomed to victims who begged, who offered bribes, who tried to negotiate or escape. They had never encountered someone who responded to threats with what appeared to be a philosophy lesson. One of the younger bandits raised his spear menacingly. "Stop talking in riddles. We want treasure, not a sermon." Thura nodded understandingly. "I know you want treasure, and I truly wish I could provide what you're seeking. But I want to share something with you that might be even more valuable than gold or jewels." He paused, looking at each of the 5 men with genuine compassion. "Right now, you believe that your survival and happiness depend on taking things from others by force. But this belief is causing you more suffering than any external enemy could inflict." "How dare you?" the leader began, but Thura continued speaking in the same calm, conversational tone. "Think about your life since you began this path of taking from others," Thura said. "Are you happier now than you were before? Do you sleep peacefully at night? Do you trust the men beside you, or do you constantly worry that they might betray you for a larger share of the spoils? Are you at peace, or are you always looking over your shoulder, always ready for the next fight, always afraid that someone stronger will do to you what you do to others?" The questions hit their target with surprising accuracy. The bandit leader's face tightened as he recognized uncomfortable truths in Thura's words. Life as a brigand was indeed a constant state of vigilance, suspicion, and fear disguised as aggression. But admitting this to a monk he was trying to rob felt like an unbearable weakness. "That's none of your business," he snarled, drawing his sword partway from its sheath. "We're not here for your advice. Give us what we want, or suffer the consequences." Thura's expression remained unchanged, neither fearful nor defiant, but filled with something that seemed almost like sadness for the bandit's situation, rather than concern for his own. "The consequences you're threatening are only painful if I resist them," he said simply. "If you choose to harm this body, I will not fight you or hate you for it. If you choose to end this life, I will not spend my final moments in fear or anger. You can take my possessions, but I have already given them up. You can threaten my future, but I am completely present in this moment. What power do you actually have over someone who wants nothing from you and fears nothing you can do?" The question hung in the morning air, like the mist that still clung to the trees around them. For the first time in their criminal careers, the bandits were facing someone who seemed genuinely unaffected by their threats. The very foundation of their power, the ability to create fear, was proving useless against this calm monk, who spoke to them as if they were old friends, having a philosophical discussion rather than armed men planning violence. Buddha's teaching echoed through Thura's words. No one saves us but ourselves. No one can, and no one may. We ourselves must walk the path. What Thura understood, what the bandits were struggling to comprehend, was that true invulnerability comes not from being too strong to be harmed, but from being too free to be controlled by the fear of harm. "You're insane," one of the younger bandits muttered, but his voice lacked conviction. There was something unsettling about threatening someone who seemed genuinely unafraid, who appeared to mean exactly what he said about accepting whatever they chose to do. Perhaps, Thura agreed with a slight smile. But consider this. Which of us is truly free right now? You carry weapons because you're afraid of being defenseless. You travel in a group because you're afraid of being alone. You take from others because you're afraid of having nothing. I sit here with no weapons, no companions, no possessions worth stealing, and I fear none of the things you fear. Who is the prisoner and who is free? The bandit leader felt something crack inside his chest, not physically but emotionally, as if Thura's words had reached through all his armor and touched something he had thought was safely buried. He had spent years building an identity around being dangerous, around being someone others feared, around taking what he wanted through force. But facing someone who was genuinely unintimidated by his threats, he suddenly felt the hollowness of that identity, the way it depended entirely on others' fear for its power. "Stop talking," he said, but the command came out more like a plea than an order. Just tell us where the treasure is so we can be done with this." Thura's voice remained gentle, but it carried an unmistakable note of finality. "There is no treasure in the sense you mean, my friend. The only wealth our monastery contains is the understanding that happiness cannot be stolen from others, and peace cannot be found through violence. These are treasures that can only be discovered within yourself, and no one can take them from you once you truly possess them." He stood up slowly, brushing dust from his robes, with the unhurried movements of someone who was completely present in the moment. "You can search our buildings if you wish. You'll find rice, simple tools, worn books, sleeping mats. You can harm me if that will somehow serve your purposes. But I cannot give you what you're really looking for, because what you're really looking for can only be found through understanding rather than acquisition." The bandits stood in confused silence, their weapons still drawn but their purpose somehow deflated. They had encountered something they had no framework for understanding, genuine fearlessness that arose not from courage in the heroic sense, but from a complete absence of attachment to anything that could be threatened. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only a few minutes, the bandit leader slowly resheathed his sword. "This is pointless," he said to his companions, though his voice lacked its earlier aggression. "There's nothing here worth taking." As the bandits began to move away, one of them, the youngest, who couldn't have been more than 20, turned back to look at Thura. "Monk," he called out, "what you said about peace, how does someone find it when they've done things they can't undo?" Thura's face lit up with genuine warmth. "The same way anyone finds it," he said. "By understanding that what you've done is not who you are, and that every moment offers a new choice about who you want to become. The path of peace is always available, regardless of where the path of violence has led." The young bandit nodded once, a gesture that seemed to contain both gratitude and a kind of desperate hope, before hurrying to catch up with his companions as they disappeared into the forest. Thura remained standing on the path for several minutes after they left, not from any lingering fear or shock, but simply to allow the encounter to settle into his consciousness as completely as possible. He had just lived through one of the most fundamental demonstrations of Buddhist teaching, that suffering comes not from external circumstances, but from our resistance to and attachment regarding those circumstances. The bandits had intended to create suffering through threats and violence, but they had discovered that their power existed only when their targets shared their belief in the importance of material security and physical safety. Thura's genuine detachment from these concerns, not as a philosophical concept, but as a lived reality, had rendered their threats meaningless. He could not be controlled through fear because he was not afraid. He could not be robbed because he owned nothing he was attached to keeping. He could not be diminished because his sense of worth came from sources they could not touch. When Thura returned to the monastery that evening and shared his experience with the other monks, they were amazed not by his bravery, but by his clarity. He had not faced down the bandits through force of will or heroic courage, but through the simple application of understanding that had taken years to develop. He had demonstrated that the deepest teaching of Buddhism is not theoretical but practical, that freedom from suffering is possible not through changing external circumstances, but through changing our relationship to those circumstances. This profound truth applies to every form of harm that others might try to inflict upon us. In our modern world, we face different threats than armed bandits, but the principle remains the same. When someone tries to hurt us with harsh words, their power over us depends entirely on our attachment to their opinion. When someone attempts to manipulate us through guilt or fear, their success requires our participation in the emotional drama they're creating. When someone tries to diminish our sense of worth through criticism or rejection, they can only succeed if we derive our self-value from their approval. The liberating truth that Thura embodied is that no one can make you feel inferior, worthless, afraid, or diminished without your unconscious cooperation. This doesn't mean that others can't create difficult circumstances, cause physical discomfort, or interfere with your plans. It means that your inner peace, your sense of worth, your fundamental happiness, these remain under your control, regardless of what others do or say. Consider how this applies to common situations in daily life. When someone criticizes your work unfairly, they can affect your external circumstances, but not your inner knowledge of your own competence and worth. When someone tries to make you feel guilty for setting boundaries, they can create temporary discomfort, but not genuine guilt, unless you believe you're doing something wrong. When someone attempts to intimidate you into compliance, they can create external pressure, but not internal submission, unless you choose to value their approval over your own integrity. The practice of this principle requires developing what Buddhists call detachment, not indifference or emotional numbness, but freedom from the compulsive need to have circumstances be different than they are. It means cultivating sources of security, worth, and happiness that are independent of others' actions and opinions. It means recognizing that your true self, your consciousness, your capacity for love, your essential nature, cannot be damaged by external events, no matter how painful or traumatic they might be. This understanding doesn't make you passive or resigned to poor treatment. Thura could have chosen to fight the bandits, flee from them, or attempt to negotiate with them, and any of these responses might have been appropriate depending on the circumstances. What made him unshakable was not his specific actions, but his inner freedom from fear and attachment. From this place of inner freedom, he could respond to threats with wisdom rather than react from fear, pain, or ego. In practical terms, this principle allows you to set boundaries without anger, to receive criticism without defensiveness, to face uncertainty without anxiety, and to encounter hostility without hatred. When you truly understand that others cannot harm your essential self without your permission, you become capable of responding to all situations from a place of strength and clarity, rather than reactivity and fear. The young bandit who asked about finding peace after having done things that can't be undone represents all of us who carry guilt, shame, or regret about past actions. Thora's response reveals another aspect of this principle, that even the harm we've inflicted on ourselves through poor choices cannot permanently damage our essential nature. The path to peace is always available because our true self exists beyond our history of mistakes and achievements alike. Several years later, that young bandit appeared at the monastery of the Golden Lotus, having left his life of violence and seeking to understand the peace he had glimpsed in his brief encounter with Thora. He became one of the monastery's most dedicated students, eventually becoming a teacher himself who specialized in helping others who had lived through violence and trauma. His transformation demonstrated that the principle of inner invulnerability applies not just to receiving harm, but to recovering from harm we've already experienced or inflicted. As you settle into rest tonight, consider the areas of your life where you've been giving others power over your inner peace. Perhaps it's a family member whose approval you seek, a coworker whose criticism affects your mood, or a friend whose judgment influences your self-worth. Notice how much mental and emotional energy you spend trying to control others' reactions to you, trying to prevent them from doing or saying things that might hurt your feelings. Tomorrow, you'll have opportunities to practice this profound truth, moments when someone says something harsh, acts inconsiderately, or tries to manipulate your emotions. In each of these moments, you can remember Thora's example and ask yourself, what is this person actually capable of damaging within me? What am I giving them permission to affect that I could choose to keep under my own control? The fifth principle of becoming unshakable is this: no one can hurt you without your permission. Others may create difficult circumstances, but they cannot create suffering within you unless you cooperate with their intentions through fear, attachment, or resistance. Your inner peace belongs to you alone, and you can choose to maintain it regardless of how others choose to behave. This doesn't mean becoming emotionally numb or pretending that painful experiences don't affect you. It means understanding the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is often unavoidable, but suffering is optional. Pain is what happens to you. Suffering is what you do with what happens to you. In this distinction lies the secret of genuine invulnerability, not the inability to be affected by life, but the ability to remain centered and peaceful, regardless of what life brings. Rest now in the knowledge that your essential self is beyond the reach of anyone who might wish you harm. Like Thora sitting peacefully on that forest path, you possess an inner sanctuary that no external force can violate without your consent. Tomorrow, when you encounter those who would disturb your peace, you can choose to respond from this place of inner freedom, rather than react from fear or need. In this choice lies the difference between being a victim of circumstances and being the master of your own inner world. Principle 6. The power of acceptance. In the fertile river valley of ancient Cambodia, where the mighty Mekong carved its path through landscapes of impossible green, we discover a teaching that reveals the paradox at the heart of all transformation. Here, in a region where monsoon floods could change the entire geography overnight, lived a farmer whose response to catastrophic loss would illuminate one of Buddhism's most misunderstood yet powerful principles. This is the story of how true strength is found, not in fighting what has already happened, but in embracing it so completely that it becomes the foundation for something even more beautiful. The village of Pre Veng sat nestled between rice paddies that stretched toward the horizon like a green sea, their surface broken only by the occasional sugar palm rising like a ship's mast against the endless sky. For generations, the families here had lived in harmony with the river's rhythms, understanding that the same waters that brought life-giving nutrients to their crops could also bring destruction when the rains were too heavy or came at the wrong time. It was a landscape that taught its inhabitants the deepest lessons about impermanence, though not everyone learned those lessons with equal grace. Among the village's most respected residents was a man named Chandra, whose family had farmed the same plot of land for over 2 centuries. His great-great-grandfather had first cleared the forest here, building the intricate system of dikes and channels that controlled the flow of water through the paddies with an engineering precision that would have impressed the builders of Angkor Wat. Each generation had added to this legacy: new terraces carved into hillsides, improved irrigation systems, fruit orchards planted with varieties selected over decades for their resilience and productivity. By the time Chandra inherited this land, it had become something approaching perfection in its adaptation to the local environment. His rice yields were among the highest in the region. His fruit trees produced abundant harvests that fed not just his own large extended family, but provided surplus for trade with neighboring villages. The farm was a living testament to what human patience and wisdom could accomplish when working in partnership with natural forces rather than against them. But Chandra's wealth was not measured only in agricultural productivity. Over the years, he had used the proceeds from his successful farming to build one of the finest houses in the village, a graceful structure of teak and bamboo, raised high on stilts to protect against seasonal flooding, its wraparound verandas offering views across the rice fields that seemed to extend forever. The house was filled with beautiful objects accumulated over a lifetime: carved furniture, crafted by master artisans, silk textiles in colors that caught and held light like captured rainbows, bronze Buddha statues that seemed to radiate peace into every room. More precious than any material possession, though, was the life Chandra had built within these walls. He and his wife had raised 5 children here, watching them grow from toddlers, taking their first steps on the polished wooden floors, to adults contributing their own labor and wisdom to the family enterprise. The house had witnessed countless celebrations, harvest festivals where the entire village would gather to share food and stories, wedding ceremonies that lasted for days, births that brought joy echoing through every room. It was, by any measure, a life of extraordinary success and contentment. Chandra often said that he felt blessed by the gods, that his good fortune was beyond what any man had a right to expect. He was known throughout the region, not just for his prosperity, but for his generosity. During difficult years, he would share his surplus with struggling neighbors, and his home was always open to travelers who needed shelter. Yet Chandra's contentment was about to face the ultimate test, in a way that would reveal whether his peace was truly deep or merely dependent on favorable circumstances. The monsoon season of 1432 began normally enough. The rains arrived on schedule, filling the rivers and flooding the rice paddies in the ancient rhythm that had sustained life in this region for thousands of years. Chandra watched with satisfaction as his rice plants turned the fields into a carpet of vibrant green, their growth vigorous and healthy in the rich, muddy water. But as the weeks passed, it became clear that this year was different. The rains continued long past their usual stopping point, growing heavier rather than lighter as the season progressed. The river began to rise beyond its normal flood stage, first gradually, then with alarming speed. Village elders who had lived through 8 decades of monsoons shook their heads in bewilderment. They had never seen water levels like this. Chandra and his neighbors worked frantically to reinforce their dikes and channels, hauling baskets of earth and stones in a desperate attempt to direct the rising waters away from their homes and fields. For 3 days and nights, the entire village labored together, men and women, young and old, fighting against a force that seemed determined to reclaim the land that human ingenuity had wrestled from its control. On the 4th night, as Chandra stood on his veranda watching the water creep ever higher up the support posts of his house, he realized that their efforts had been futile. The river had risen beyond anything their ancestors had planned for, beyond anything their traditional methods could handle. In a few hours, the flood would reach the floor of his house. By morning, everything he had spent his life building might be underwater. His wife found him there as dawn broke, sitting in meditation posture on the wooden planks, his eyes closed, his breathing deep and regular, despite the chaos surrounding them. "Chandra," she said urgently, "we need to evacuate. The water will be inside the house within the hour. We need to save what we can and get to higher ground." Chandra opened his eyes and looked at his wife with an expression that surprised her with its serenity. "Yes," he said calmly, "we should gather the family and move to safety. But first, I want to watch this happen. I want to see it clearly, without fighting it or denying it." "Watch what happened?" she asked, confusion evident in her voice. "The flood," he said simply. "Our life changing. Everything we've built being transformed into something else. I want to accept it completely, so that I can respond to what comes next with wisdom rather than bitterness." And so, as his neighbors ran frantically to save their possessions, as families loaded carts with whatever they could carry, as the village erupted in the chaos of emergency evacuation, Chandra sat peacefully on his veranda and watched the flood claim his life's work. He watched as the water reached the floor of his house and began to spread across the rooms where his children had played, where his family had shared thousands of meals, where he had experienced some of the happiest moments of his life. He watched as his beautiful furniture began to float, as his silk textiles were soaked and ruined, as his bronze Buddha statues disappeared beneath the muddy water. He watched as the rice fields that had fed his family for generations vanished beneath a brown sea that reflected the grey sky like a mirror of destruction. But something remarkable happened as Chandra witnessed this catastrophe. Instead of feeling the crushing despair that might be expected from someone losing everything, he found himself filled with an unexpected sense of liberation. As each possession disappeared beneath the water, as each familiar landmark was transformed beyond recognition, he felt something heavy lifting from his chest, something he hadn't even realized he had been carrying. "Look," he said to his wife, who had joined him in watching their world transform. "Look how the water doesn't fight against anything. It doesn't argue with the land about where it should go, or complain that the houses are in its way. It simply flows where the land allows it to flow, accepting the shape of whatever contains it." His wife stared at him in amazement. "How can you be so calm? We've lost everything, our home, our crops, all our possessions. Don't you feel anything about what's happening?" Chandra was quiet for a long moment, watching a wooden chest that had belonged to his grandfather float past the veranda like a boat without a sailor. "I feel everything," he said finally. "I feel sadness for the loss of beautiful things. I feel concern about how we'll rebuild our lives. I feel uncertainty about what comes next." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "But I don't feel resistance to what has already happened. The flood is here. Our house is flooded. Our crops are destroyed. These are simply facts now, like the fact that the sun rises in the east. I can accept these facts and put my energy into responding wisely, or I can resist them and waste my energy fighting against something that has already occurred." Buddha taught, accept what is, let go of what was, and have faith in what will be. In this moment of devastating loss, Chandra was embodying this teaching not as a philosophical concept, but as a lived reality. He was discovering that acceptance is not passive resignation, but the foundation of all effective action. As the water continued to rise, Chandra and his family evacuated to a Buddhist temple on higher ground, joining dozens of other flood refugees in the simple wooden building that had become a temporary shelter. The contrast between their current circumstances and their comfortable life of just a few days earlier could hardly have been more stark. They slept on thin mats on the temple floor, ate simple rice porridge prepared by the monks, and wore whatever clothes they had managed to save from the flood. But while other refugees spent their days lamenting their losses, Chandra seemed to approach their situation with a curious sense of anticipation. "This is interesting," he would say to his wife as they watched other families arguing about who was to blame for their situation or complaining about the inadequate conditions in their temporary shelter. "We have an opportunity here that we've never had before." "What opportunity?" she asked, genuinely puzzled by her husband's attitude. "The opportunity to start fresh," he replied. "For 30 years, I've been managing and maintaining and expanding what my ancestors built. It was good work, and I'm grateful for it, but it was also constraining in ways I didn't recognize. Every decision I made had to account for what already existed, had to fit into patterns that were established long before I was born." He gestured toward the window, where the floodwaters stretched to the horizon. "Now we have a blank canvas. When the water recedes, we can rebuild in whatever way serves us best, not just maintain what has always been. We can design a farm that's even better adapted to this environment. We can build a house that better reflects what we've learned about how we want to live. We can create something new instead of just preserving something old." His enthusiasm was infectious. Within days, other flood refugees began gathering around Chandra each evening, drawn by his ability to see possibility where they saw only loss. Instead of dwelling on what the flood had taken away, they began planning what they would create when it was over. "My old rice paddies were too small," one farmer realized. "When I rebuild, I can combine several plots into larger, more efficient fields." "I always wanted to try growing different crops," another added. "Now I can experiment with varieties I was afraid to risk before." "My house was beautiful, but it was also too big for our family's current needs," a village elder admitted. "We can build something more appropriate for who we are now, not who we were 20 years ago." What began as informal evening conversations gradually evolved into organized planning sessions. The flood refugees, guided by Chandra's perspective that acceptance opens the door to creativity, began designing an entirely new approach to village life. They would rebuild not just what they had lost, but something better, a community that was more resilient to flooding, more efficient in its use of land and water, more beautiful in its integration with the natural environment. 3 months later, when the floodwaters finally receded, what emerged was indeed a blank canvas. The landscape had been completely transformed. Old field boundaries had been erased. Familiar landmarks had disappeared. The very topography had been reshaped by the massive movement of water and sediment. To most people, it would have looked like a scene of utter devastation. To Chandra and his fellow villagers, it looked like opportunity made manifest. They began rebuilding with an energy and enthusiasm that amazed visiting officials who came to assess the flood damage. Instead of trying to recreate what had been lost, they implemented the plans they had developed during their months of forced exile. The new village that emerged was indeed more beautiful, more functional, and more resilient than what the flood had destroyed. Chandra's new house was smaller than his old one, but more elegantly designed, with better ventilation, more natural light, and a layout that encouraged family interaction. His new farm was more productive than the old one, incorporating innovative water management techniques and crop rotation methods that the planning sessions had identified. More importantly, his new life felt more authentic, more aligned with his actual values rather than inherited expectations. But the most profound transformation was in Chandra himself. The experience of losing everything and discovering that he was not only okay but somehow liberated by the loss had given him a different relationship with all possessions and achievements. He worked just as diligently as before, cared for his family just as devotedly, contributed to his community just as generously. But he held it all more lightly, with the understanding that everything he built was temporary and that his happiness was not dependent on any of it remaining unchanged. Years later, when visitors would ask him about the Great Flood and how he had managed to recover from such devastating losses, Chandra would smile and shake his head gently. "I didn't recover from the flood," he would say. "I was transformed by it. The flood didn't take away my life. It revealed to me what my life actually was, underneath all the things I thought defined it." This story illustrates the profound difference between acceptance and resignation, between surrendering to what is and giving up on what could be. Acceptance is not passive. It's the most powerful foundation for effective action. When we stop wasting energy fighting against what has already happened, we free up all that energy for responding creatively to current circumstances. In our modern lives, we face floods of different kinds: job losses that devastate our financial security, relationship endings that shatter our emotional landscape, health crises that transform our physical capabilities, global events that disrupt our assumptions about how the world works. The principle Chandra embodied applies to all these situations. Resistance to what has already occurred prevents us from responding wisely to what exists now. When you lose a job, you can spend months consumed with anger about the unfairness of the situation, dwelling on what you should have done differently, resenting the people who made the decision. Or you can accept that your employment has ended and put all your energy into exploring what kind of work would actually fulfill you. What opportunities might exist that weren't available while you were locked into your previous position. When a relationship ends, you can remain stuck in bitterness about how your partner failed to appreciate you, replaying arguments and nursing grievances about their shortcomings. Or you can accept that this relationship has concluded and focus on understanding what you learned about yourself, what you want in future relationships, how you can grow into someone more capable of lasting love. When illness limits your physical abilities, you can rage against the unfairness of your condition, mourn endlessly for the activities you can no longer pursue, resist adapting to your new limitations. Or you can accept your changed circumstances and discover what kinds of meaning, joy, and contribution are possible within your current capabilities. Acceptance doesn't mean you have to be happy about difficult circumstances or pretend that losses don't matter. Chandra felt genuine sadness about losing his beautiful home and productive farm. What he didn't do was waste energy, insisting that the flood shouldn't have happened, that life was unfair, that he was a victim of circumstances beyond his control. He felt his feelings fully, then put his energy into working with reality as it actually existed, rather than as he wished it would be. The practical application of this principle requires developing what Buddhists call beginner's mind, the ability to approach even familiar situations with fresh curiosity rather than rigid expectations. When your carefully laid plans are disrupted, instead of immediately trying to force them back on track, you can pause and ask, what opportunities does this disruption reveal that I couldn't see before? When someone you trust disappoints you, instead of focusing exclusively on how they've failed to meet your expectations, you can explore, what does this teach me about the nature of trust and the importance of emotional independence? When global events create uncertainty about the future, instead of clinging desperately to old assumptions about how things should work, you can investigate. How can I adapt to these new realities in ways that might actually improve my life? This doesn't mean becoming passive or fatalistic. Chandra didn't just sit and wait for his life to improve after the flood. He actively participated in designing and building something better. But his actions came from acceptance of current reality rather than resistance to it, and this made all the difference in their effectiveness and his own peace of mind throughout the process. The deepest teaching of acceptance is that it reveals the creative potential hidden within every apparent disaster. When we're not wasting energy fighting what has already happened, we become capable of seeing possibilities that resistance makes invisible. When we're not attached to maintaining things exactly as they were, we become free to explore what they might become. As you prepare for sleep tonight, consider what floods have occurred in your own life, what changes, losses, or disruptions you've been resisting rather than accepting. Perhaps it's a recent change that still feels raw and unwelcome. Or maybe it's an old wound that you've never fully allowed to heal, because accepting it feels like giving up. Tomorrow, you'll have opportunities to practice the power of acceptance in small ways, when plans change unexpectedly, when other people don't behave as you'd hoped, when circumstances fail to unfold according to your preferences. In each of these moments, you can choose between resistance and acceptance, between fighting what is and working with what is. The sixth principle of becoming unshakable is this: acceptance is the foundation of all effective action. When you stop fighting what has already happened, you free yourself to respond creatively to what exists now. When you embrace change instead of resisting it, you discover possibilities that were hidden by your attachment to how things used to be. This doesn't make you weak or passive. It makes you like water, which is soft enough to flow around any obstacle but powerful enough to carve the Grand Canyon. It makes you like Chandra, sitting peacefully on his veranda as everything he had built disappeared underwater, finding in that moment of total loss the seeds of something even more beautiful. Rest now in the knowledge that, whatever changes life brings, you have within you the capacity to flow with them rather than be broken by them. Like the water that flooded Chandra's village, you can accept the shape of whatever contains you while never losing your essential nature. In this acceptance lies not defeat, but the ultimate victory, the ability to transform any circumstance into an opportunity for growth, any ending into a new beginning, any loss into the foundation for something you couldn't have imagined before. Principle 7. Living according to nature. High in the Himalayan foothills of ancient Nepal, where eagles soar between peaks that touch the realm of gods and the morning mist carries prayers whispered by countless generations, we encounter a teaching that reveals the deepest secret of effortless living. Here, in a place where the rhythm of seasons dictates the rhythm of life itself, lived a master whose understanding of natural law would transform how we see our place in the cosmic dance. This is the story of how true power comes not from fighting against life's natural flow, but from learning to move in perfect harmony with forces far greater and wiser than our individual will. The mountain village of Dharamkot clung to the hillside like a cluster of prayer flags. Its stone houses and terraced gardens carved into slopes so steep that walking from one end of the village to the other felt like climbing a sacred mountain. Here, where the air was thin enough that every breath felt precious, and the silence profound enough that your own heartbeat seemed loud, the cycle of seasons wasn't just weather, it was the organizing principle of all existence. Spring brought the melting of high snows that would fill the streams and awaken the sleeping earth. Summer offered brief months of intensive growth when every available hour was spent tending crops that would sustain life through the long winter ahead. Autumn demanded the wisdom to harvest at precisely the right moment, to preserve and store with the care of someone who understood that survival depended on working with nature's timing rather than human convenience. And winter brought the deep rest that allowed both land and people to gather strength for the cycle to begin again. In this village lived a man known simply as Lobsang, whose very presence seemed to embody the peaceful rhythm of the mountains themselves. He had arrived in Dharamkot 30 years earlier as a young monk fleeing the political turmoil in the valleys below, carrying nothing but his robes and a wooden begging bowl, seeking only a quiet place to deepen his practice of meditation and study. What he had discovered in those 3 decades was something far more profound than retreat from the world. He had learned how to live as an integral part of the natural order, moving through his days with the same effortless grace that governed the movement of clouds across mountain peaks and water-down hillsides. Lobsang's daily routine was so perfectly synchronized with natural rhythms that visitors often mistook it for rigid discipline, but those who stayed long enough to observe closely realized they were witnessing something entirely different. A human life lived in such harmony with cosmic patterns that effort and struggle had become almost unnecessary. He would wake naturally as the first light touched the eastern peaks, not because he forced himself to rise early, but because his body had learned to respond to the same cues that awakened the birds and opened the mountain flowers. His morning meditation began as the sky lightened from black to deep blue to the pale gold that preceded sunrise, his practice flowing seamlessly into the day's awakening rather than fighting against his natural energy patterns. When the sun crested the mountains and bathed the village in warm light, Lobsang would begin his physical work, tending the small garden where he grew vegetables that fed not just himself, but any neighbor who needed fresh food, maintaining the mountain paths that connected the village to the outside world, or helping with whatever seasonal tasks the community required. But his work never felt forced or urgent, never carried the frantic quality that characterized so many people's efforts to impose their will on circumstances. Instead, he worked like water flowing downhill, taking the path of least resistance, while accomplishing exactly what needed to be done, using the minimum energy necessary to achieve maximum effectiveness. What made Lobsang's approach so remarkable was not just its efficiency, but its impact on everyone around him. Other villagers found that projects completed more smoothly when he was involved, that conflicts resolved more easily in his presence, that the overwhelming tasks of mountain life somehow became manageable when approached with his patient, natural timing. Children would follow him around the village not because he entertained them, but because being near him felt peaceful, in a way they couldn't explain. Even the village animals seemed calmer in his presence, as if they recognized in him someone who belonged to the same natural order that governed their own lives. Yet Lobsang's harmony with natural law would face its greatest test through an encounter with someone who represented the exact opposite approach to life. A wealthy merchant from the lowlands whose very presence would illuminate the place. Difference between fighting against nature and flowing with it. His name was Tenzin Norbu, and he arrived in Dharamkot during the peak of summer, carrying the frenetic energy of the commercial world like a storm cloud preceding a tempest. Norbu was successful by any external measure. His trading ventures stretched across the Himalayan region. His caravans carried goods from India to Tibet and back again. His wealth allowed him to live in comfort that most mountain people could barely imagine. But success had come at a cost that was written in the tight lines around his eyes, the constant tension in his shoulders, the way he seemed unable to sit still for more than a few minutes without checking on some urgent business matter. Norbu had come to the mountain village, not for spiritual reasons, but because one of his trading routes passed through the area, and he needed to negotiate with local authorities about transport permits and tax obligations. His plan was to spend 2 days completing his business and then return immediately to the pressures and opportunities of the commercial world below. He had no interest in mountain spirituality, no patience for what he viewed as the slow, backward ways of village life, no time for anything that didn't directly contribute to his business objectives. But the mountains, as they often do, had different plans. On Nobu's second morning in the village, a sudden summer storm swept through the region, bringing winds so fierce that travel became impossible and rain so heavy that the mountain paths turned into rushing streams. What should have been a brief business trip suddenly became an extended stay, trapping the impatient merchant in exactly the kind of slow, natural environment he spent his life trying to avoid. For the first 3 days of his enforced isolation, Nobu paced through the village like a caged tiger, muttering constantly about lost opportunities and delayed shipments, checking obsessively for any break in the weather that might allow his escape. His agitation was so intense that it seemed to create its own weather system. Other villagers began avoiding the areas where he spent his time. Children stopped playing in the courtyards near his temporary lodging. Even the usual mountain birdsong seemed muted when he was present. It was on the 4th morning that Nobu encountered Lobsang in a way that would begin to change everything he thought he knew about how life should be lived. The merchant had risen before dawn, unable to sleep due to his anxiety about delayed business, and had wandered outside hoping to find some sign that the weather was clearing. Instead, he found Lobsang sitting in meditation posture in the small garden behind the village temple, perfectly still, despite the light rain that continued to fall, his face peaceful in a way that seemed to mock Nobu's inner turmoil. "How can you just sit there?" Nobu demanded, his voice sharp with frustration. "Don't you understand that this storm is ruining everything? People have responsibilities, schedules to keep, obligations to meet. The world doesn't stop just because the weather is inconvenient." Lobsang opened his eyes slowly, the way morning flowers open to greet the sun, and looked at the agitated merchant with an expression of such gentle curiosity that Nobu felt his anger falter slightly. "The world is not stopping," Lobsang said quietly, his voice barely audible above the sound of rain on leaves. "It's continuing exactly as it always has. The storm is part of the world's movement, not a disruption of it." "That's easy for you to say," Nobu replied, though with less vehemence than before. "You don't have contracts to fulfill, deadlines to meet, people depending on you to deliver goods on time. You can afford to sit in the rain and pretend that schedules don't matter." Lobsang smiled with the gentleness of someone who had once carried the same burdens that now weighed so heavily on his visitor. "Tell me," he said, "in all your years of business, have you ever experienced a season when everything went exactly according to your plans? When no storms delayed your caravans, no floods blocked your routes, no unexpected events forced you to adapt your carefully laid schedules?" Nobu paused, caught off guard by the question. "Well, no," he admitted reluctantly. "There are always complications, always unexpected problems to solve." "And how much of your energy do you spend fighting against these complications?" Lobsang asked. "How much time do you waste being angry about delays you cannot control, frustrated by weather you cannot change, resentful towards circumstances that are simply the natural flow of events?" The question struck deeper than Nobu wanted to admit. He realized that he spent enormous amounts of mental and emotional energy raging against situations he was powerless to alter, as if his anger could somehow force the world to conform to his timeline. "But if I don't push against obstacles, How do I get anything accomplished? He asked. If I just accept every delay and setback, won't my business fall apart? Lobsang gestured toward the rain-soaked garden around them, where every plant and tree was receiving the water it needed to continue growing, where the storm that seemed so disruptive to human plans was actually essential to the mountain ecosystem's health. Look at how nature accomplishes its goals, he said. The river doesn't waste energy fighting against the rocks in its path. It flows around them, or over them, or gradually wears them smooth. The trees don't struggle against the wind. They bend so they won't break, and use the storm's energy to spread their seeds to new ground. The seasons don't try to rush their transitions. Spring doesn't try to become summer before the snow has finished melting, and autumn doesn't resist the coming of winter. Buddha taught, just as a candle cannot burn without fire, men cannot live without a spiritual life. What Lobsang was revealing to the frustrated merchant was that this spiritual life is not separate from practical life, but is actually the most practical approach possible, a way of living that accomplishes more with less effort by working with natural forces rather than against them. Come with me, Lobsang said, rising gracefully from his meditation posture. Let me show you something that might help you understand what I mean. He led Norbu to the edge of the village, where a small stream cascaded down the mountainside in a series of natural pools and waterfalls. The recent rains had swollen the stream, making its voice louder and its movement more dramatic, but its essential character remained unchanged, water following the path of least resistance, while accomplishing the monumental task of carving the mountain landscape. This stream, Lobsang said, travels hundreds of miles from its source high in the peaks to its destination in the great rivers below. It carries tons of sediment, provides water for countless plants and animals, shapes the very geography of this region. Yet it never struggles, never forces, never fights against the terrain. It simply follows natural law, always flowing downward, always taking the easiest available path, always adapting its course to work with the landscape rather than against it. Norbu watched the water tumbling over rocks and around boulders, carving channels and pools with patient persistence that made human urgency seem almost comical by comparison. But water is different from business, he protested, though his voice lacked its earlier conviction. Commerce requires deadlines, requires pushing through obstacles, requires imposing human will on circumstances. Does it? Lobsang asked gently. Or does successful commerce, like everything else in nature, work best when it flows with natural patterns rather than against them? Think about the most successful traders you know. Do they succeed by fighting against market forces, or by understanding those forces so well that they can work with them? The question forced Norbu to reconsider assumptions he had never questioned. His most profitable ventures had indeed come not from forcing his will on reluctant markets, but from recognizing opportunities that already existed, from timing his actions to coincide with natural business cycles, from adapting his strategies to work with economic currents, rather than against them. The merchants he most respected were those who seemed to have an intuitive understanding of when to act and when to wait, when to push forward and when to step back. I think I see what you mean, Norbu said slowly. But how do you develop this sense of natural timing? How do you know when to act and when to wait? Lobsang smiled and settled into a comfortable position beside the stream, patting the ground to indicate that Norbu should join him. "The same way the stream knows which way to flow," he said. "By developing sensitivity to the forces that are already in motion, by learning to feel the natural currents, instead of being so focused on your own desires that you miss the information the environment is constantly providing." Over the following days, as the storm gradually cleared, and Norbu's originally planned 2-day visit stretched into more than a week, the merchant found himself drawn into conversations and observations that challenged everything he thought he knew about effective action. Lobsang showed him how the villagers planned their activities around lunar cycles, planted their crops according to seasonal patterns that had been refined over generations, timed their major decisions to coincide with natural rhythms that supported rather than hindered their goals. "Look at how we approach the harvest," Lobsang explained as they walked through the village's terraced fields. "We don't decide when to harvest based on human convenience or artificial deadlines. We watch the plants themselves, feel the quality of the air, observe the behavior of birds and insects that depend on the same cycles we do. When all these natural indicators align, we know it's time to act. The work flows easily because we're working with natural forces rather than against them." "But surely this is just old-fashioned farming," Norbu objected. "It doesn't apply to modern commerce, to the complexities of international trade." Lobsang paused to examine a plant that was just beginning to show signs of ripeness, its leaves changing color in subtle ways that spoke to those who knew how to read nature's language. "Natural law operates at every level," he said. "In your business there are seasons too, times when markets are receptive to new ideas and times when they resist change, periods when expansion is natural and periods when consolidation serves better. There are daily rhythms in human energy and attention that smart merchants learn to work with. There are longer cycles in economic activity that the wisest traders use to time their major moves." As Norbu reflected on this, he began to recognize patterns in his own business experience that he had never consciously acknowledged. His most successful negotiations had often occurred when he sensed that all parties were ready to make a deal, when the timing felt natural rather than forced. His most profitable investments had come when he followed hunches about market timing that he couldn't fully explain rationally. His most disastrous ventures had typically resulted from trying to force opportunities that weren't quite ready, from pushing ahead with plans, despite subtle signs that the timing was wrong. "I think I understand what you're saying," Norbu said thoughtfully. "But how do you develop this sensitivity you're talking about? How do you learn to read these natural signs?" "The same way you develop any skill," Lobsang replied. "Through practice, attention, and patience. But most importantly, by quieting the constant noise of your own desires and fears long enough to actually notice what's happening around you." He led Norbu to a quiet spot where they could sit and observe the mountain landscape without distraction. "Right now," Lobsang said, "your mind is so focused on your business concerns, so preoccupied with your plans and schedules, that you're like someone trying to navigate by starlight while carrying a bright torch. The torch of your mental activity is drowning out the subtle signals that could guide you much more effectively than forced effort." "What do you mean?" Norbu asked. "Try this," Lobsang suggested. "For the next few minutes, instead of thinking about your business problems, Just observe what's happening in this moment. Notice the quality of light, the direction of the wind, the sounds around us, the feeling in your own body. Don't try to do anything with this information. Just notice it. Norbu found this instruction surprisingly difficult. His mind kept pulling him back to concerns about delayed shipments and missed opportunities, but gradually he began to notice things he had been too distracted to see before. The way afternoon light gave everything a golden quality that made even simple objects seem precious. The subtle shift in wind direction that suggested the weather patterns were changing. The deep quiet of the mountains that felt like a form of nourishment he hadn't realized he was craving. "Now," Lobsang said after they had sat in observation for several minutes, "notice how this quality of attention feels different from your usual way of thinking about problems. When you're present and observant like this, do solutions and insights arise more easily or with more struggle?" To his surprise, Norbu found that several business problems that had been troubling him for weeks suddenly seemed to have obvious solutions. Not because he had thought harder about them, but because his mind had become quiet enough to notice possibilities that had been there all along. "It's like the answers were already there," he said in amazement, "but I was too busy worrying to see them." "Exactly," Lobsang said with a smile of deep satisfaction. "This is what it means to live according to nature, not to become passive or give up your goals, but to approach them with the same intelligence that guides rivers to the sea and plants towards sunlight. To work with the natural flow of events, rather than exhausting yourself swimming against currents you cannot change." By the time the weather cleared enough for Norbu to resume his journey, something fundamental had shifted in his approach to life and business. He still had the same goals, the same responsibilities, the same challenges to navigate. But he carried them differently now, with less force and more flow, less struggle and more sensitivity to the natural rhythms that could support his efforts. In the months that followed, Norbu's business associates began to notice changes in his approach that they couldn't quite explain. His negotiations became more successful, not because he had become more aggressive, but because he seemed to have an intuitive sense of when others were ready to make decisions. His timing in entering and exiting markets improved dramatically, as if he had developed an early warning system for economic shifts. His stress levels decreased markedly, even as his business expanded, because he had learned to work with market forces rather than fighting against them constantly. Most remarkably, Norbu began scheduling regular retreats to mountain villages like Dharamkot, not to escape from his business life, but to reconnect with the natural rhythms that informed his most effective action. He discovered that periods of quiet observation and natural living actually increased his effectiveness in the commercial world, like a river that gains power by gathering momentum in mountain valleys before flowing into the plains below. This principle of living according to nature applies to every aspect of modern life, from the rhythm of our daily schedules to the timing of our major life decisions. Most of us have lost touch with the natural cycles that once guided human activity. We work under artificial lights that disconnect us from the daily rhythm of sunrise and sunset, live in climate-controlled environments that insulate us from seasonal changes, eat foods grown in distant places according to industrial schedules, rather than natural ripening times. Yet, even in our technologically complex world, we can rediscover the wisdom of natural timing and flow. We can notice that our energy and creativity fluctuate throughout the day, and learn to schedule our most important work during our natural peak periods. We can observe that our bodies and minds need regular cycles of activity and rest, intensity and relaxation, social engagement and solitude. We can recognize that our major life transitions, career changes, relationship decisions, geographical moves, flow more smoothly when timed to coincide with natural periods of openness and readiness, rather than forced according to artificial deadlines. Living according to nature means developing sensitivity to the optimal timing for action and rest, for pushing forward and stepping back, for speaking and remaining silent. It means learning to work with your own natural rhythms instead of forcing yourself into schedules that fight against your body's wisdom. It means recognizing that there are seasons in every project, every relationship, every aspect of life, times for planting and times for harvesting, times for growth and times for letting go. In relationships, this principle teaches us to respect the natural pace of emotional intimacy, to allow connections to deepen organically, rather than forcing premature closeness or clinging to relationships that have completed their natural cycle. In creative work, it guides us to honor the natural rhythm of inspiration and execution, to plant seeds of ideas and patiently tend them until they're ready to bloom rather than demanding immediate results. In problem solving, it encourages us to alternate between active effort and receptive waiting, understanding that solutions often emerge during periods of relaxed attention rather than forced concentration. The practical application of this principle requires developing what we might call ecological intelligence, the ability to sense the natural flow of energy in any situation and align our actions accordingly. This means learning to pause before acting, to feel for the natural timing instead of rushing ahead based on mental schedules alone. It means cultivating patience with processes that cannot be hurried and recognizing when situations are naturally ready for action. When you're facing a difficult decision, instead of forcing yourself to choose according to arbitrary deadlines, you can create space to feel for the natural timing of the decision, the moment when clarity emerges organically and the right path becomes obvious. When you're working on a challenging project, instead of pushing through with constant intensity, you can alternate periods of focused effort with periods of rest and reflection, allowing solutions to emerge from the interplay between action and receptivity. When you're navigating conflict in relationships, instead of forcing immediate resolution, you can allow natural cycles of tension and harmony, understanding that some issues resolve themselves when given time and space, while others require active intervention at the right moment. When you're pursuing goals, instead of maintaining constant pressure, you can learn to recognize when circumstances are aligned to support your efforts and when patience will serve you better than force. The deepest teaching of living according to nature is that we are not separate from the natural world, but part of it, subject to the same laws that govern the movement of tides and the changing of seasons. When we align ourselves with these larger patterns, our individual efforts become supported by forces far greater than our personal will. We discover that we can accomplish more with less effort, not through laziness, but through intelligent cooperation with the natural flow of events. As you settle into rest tonight, feel yourself as part of the natural rhythm that brings sleep after wakefulness, rest after activity, restoration after exertion. Notice how your body naturally relaxes when you stop fighting the approach of sleep, how your mind settles when you allow thoughts to slow rather than forcing them to stop. This is a perfect example of living according to nature, working with your natural rhythms rather than against them. Tomorrow, you'll have countless opportunities to practice this principle in small ways, timing your important conversations for moments when others are naturally receptive, scheduling your challenging tasks for times when your energy is naturally high, allowing projects to unfold at their natural pace, rather than forcing artificial deadlines. Each time you choose to flow with natural timing rather than fight against it, you become a little more like Lobsang, a little more like the mountain stream that accomplishes everything it needs to do without struggle or strain. The seventh principle of becoming unshakable is this: align yourself with the natural flow of life, rather than exhausting yourself swimming against invisible currents. Learn to read the subtle signs that indicate when action is called for and when patience will serve you better. Develop sensitivity to the natural rhythms that govern everything from your daily energy cycles to the larger patterns of growth and change in your life. This doesn't make you passive or fatalistic. It makes you more effective, like a sailor who uses wind and current instead of fighting against them. It makes you more peaceful, like a tree that bends with storms instead of breaking. Most importantly, it reconnects you with your place in the larger web of existence, helping you remember that you are not fighting against life, but dancing with it. In this dance lies the secret of effortless accomplishment, the path of least resistance that leads to the greatest fulfillment. Principle 8. The foundation of ethical living. In the ancient port city of Hoi An, where the Thubon River meets the South China Sea, and merchants from across Asia once gathered to trade in silk, spices, and precious stones, we encounter a teaching that reveals the invisible foundation upon which all lasting happiness is built. Here, in a place where fortunes were made and lost on the strength of a man's word, where trust was more valuable than gold and reputation, more precious than any cargo, lived two merchants whose different approaches to business would illuminate one of Buddhism's most practical, yet profound truths. This is the story of how the quality of our actions shapes not just our external circumstances, but the very nature of our inner world. The year was 1595, and Hoi An had become one of the most important trading ports in Southeast Asia, a place where Vietnamese, Chinese, Japanese, and European merchants mingled in the narrow streets that wound between ancient temples and bustling marketplaces. The air was thick with the scent of cinnamon and star anise, the sounds of a dozen languages mixing in the constant negotiation of commerce, and the salt tang of the sea that carried ships laden with dreams of prosperity from distant shores. It was a city where anything could be bought or sold, where clever men could become wealthy in a single season, and where the line between legitimate business and profitable deception was often blurred by the intoxicating possibility of quick riches. Among the many traders who had made Hoi An their home were two men whose names would become legendary in the merchant community, though for very different reasons. The first was Nguyen Duc, a Vietnamese silk trader whose family had been in the business for 3 generations, inheriting not just warehouses and trade connections, but a reputation for honesty that had become as valuable as any physical asset. The second was Li Wei, a Chinese merchant who had arrived in the city 5 years earlier, with nothing but intelligence, ambition, and a willingness to bend rules whenever profit demanded it. Nguyen Duc approached business with what some of his competitors considered naive simplicity, but what he understood as sophisticated wisdom, passed down through generations of successful trading. Every bolt of silk that left his warehouse was exactly what he claimed it to be. The quality represented honestly, the origin stated accurately, the price set fairly based on actual value, rather than whatever the market might bear. When he told a buyer that a particular fabric would wear well for 10 years, his customers knew they could make plans based on that information. When he promised delivery on a specific date, merchants across the region would schedule their own activities, knowing that Duc's shipments would arrive precisely when expected. This approach to business had been taught to him by his father, who had learned it from his father before him, along with a saying that had guided their family's commercial activities for decades: "The mind is everything. What you think, you become." This wasn't just philosophical wisdom to Nguyen Duc. It was the practical foundation of everything he did. He understood that every lie told in the name of profit didn't just deceive the customer, it also shaped the mind of the person telling the lie, making future deceptions easier and eroding the inner foundation of peace that true prosperity required. Each time I speak truthfully in business, Duc would tell his son as they walked through the warehouse examining bolts of silk in the early morning light, I strengthen my capacity for truthfulness in all areas of life. Each time I treat a customer fairly, even when I could take advantage of their ignorance, I build the kind of character that attracts good fortune rather than having to chase after it. Each time I choose integrity over immediate profit, I invest in a reputation that will bring me more business than any clever scheme ever could. This philosophy had served the family well. Nguyen Duc's warehouse was always busy with customers who knew they could trust his merchandise and his word. His profit margins were smaller than those of merchants who used deceptive practices, but his volume was enormous because satisfied customers returned season after season and recommended him to others. More importantly, Duc slept peacefully each night, faced each day with confidence, and conducted his business with the relaxed authority of someone who had nothing to hide and no one to fear. Li Wei represented a completely different approach to commerce, one that was becoming increasingly common in the competitive atmosphere of Hoi An's expanding markets. Where Duc saw business as a long-term relationship-building exercise, Wei viewed it as a series of individual transactions to be optimized for maximum immediate gain. Where Duc prioritized trust and reputation, Wei focused on cleverness and opportunity. Where Duc made modest profits through honest dealing, Wei pursued large gains through whatever means the law allowed and sometimes slightly beyond. Wei's methods were sophisticated and, in their own way, brilliant. He would purchase silk from producers in the countryside, telling them it was for local use, and negotiating lower prices accordingly, then export it at international rates for substantial profits. He would blend lower quality fibers with premium silk in proportions that were difficult to detect without expert examination, selling the mixture at prices appropriate for pure silk. He would promise delivery dates that he knew were optimistic, calculating that the profits from early sales would offset the costs of disappointed customers. These tactics allowed Wei to undercut competitors like Nguyen Duc and rapidly expand his business. Within 3 years of arriving in Hoi An, he had acquired 2 warehouses, a fleet of trading vessels, and enough wealth to build one of the finest houses in the merchant quarter. By external measures, he was extraordinarily successful, and many younger merchants began imitating his methods, viewing traditional approaches like Duc's as outdated and unnecessarily restrictive. But success had come with costs that Wei was only beginning to recognize, costs that would soon threaten everything he had built. The constant need to remember which lies he had told, to which customers created a mental burden that grew heavier each season. The fear of being discovered in his various deceptions meant that he could never fully relax or enjoy his prosperity. Most troubling of all, the habits of mind that served him in business had begun to infect other areas of his life. He found himself deceiving friends, family members, even himself, about matters that had nothing to do with commerce. The difference between these 2 approaches to business would be dramatically revealed during the trading season of 1599, when a crisis would test not just their commercial practices, but the very foundations of their character. A devastating typhoon had struck the silk-producing regions to the north, destroying much of the year's crop and creating a severe shortage that drove prices to unprecedented levels. Both merchants found themselves with existing inventory that was now worth far more than they had paid for it, and both faced the same ethical dilemma: honor their existing commitments to sell at previously agreed prices, or find ways to capitalize on the sudden scarcity. Nguyen Duc's response was immediate and unwavering. He contacted every customer who had placed orders at pre-typhoon prices and assured them that he would honor every commitment exactly as agreed. "A man's word is his bond," he told his son, as they prepared shipments that would bring them far less profit than current market conditions would allow. When we make a promise, we keep it regardless of changed circumstances. This is not just about business. This is about who we choose to be as human beings. Li Wei saw the same situation as an opportunity for extraordinary profit. He began contacting customers with existing orders, explaining that the typhoon had affected his supply chains in ways that required price adjustments to reflect current market realities. Customers who refused to pay the higher prices found their orders mysteriously delayed due to quality control issues or shipping complications. Meanwhile, Wei sold his existing inventory to new customers at premium prices, justifying the practice as simply responding to market forces. In the short term, Wei's strategy appeared to be vindicated. He earned profits in a single season that exceeded what Duc made in 3 years of steady business. He expanded his operations further, acquired more warehouses, and became known throughout the region as one of the most successful merchants of his generation. Younger traders flocked to learn his methods, impressed by his ability to turn crisis into opportunity. But the true test of their different approaches would come not in immediate profits, but in long-term consequences that neither man could have fully anticipated. Word of how each merchant had handled the typhoon crisis spread throughout the trading networks that connected Hoi An to the rest of Asia. Customers who had been protected by Nguyen Duc's integrity during the shortage began recommending him to partners and associates across the region. When times are difficult, they would say, Duke is the man you can trust to treat you fairly. His reputation for reliability became so strong that customers began placing larger orders further in advance, knowing they could count on his commitments regardless of market fluctuations. Meanwhile, Li Wei discovered that his clever handling of the crisis had created unexpected problems. Customers who had been forced to pay higher prices or had their orders cancelled became vocal critics of his business practices. Word spread through merchant networks that Wei's commitments were conditional, that his prices could change without notice, that his promises were only as reliable as current market conditions made convenient. New customers began demanding increasingly detailed contracts with penalty clauses, driving up the administrative costs of every transaction. More seriously, Wei found himself in a business environment where trust had become scarce. Suppliers demanded payment in advance because his reputation for changing terms had made them nervous about credit arrangements. Customers insisted on inspecting merchandise more thoroughly because rumors about his quality claims had made them suspicious. Partners required more complex agreements because his previous tactics had demonstrated that his word alone could not be relied upon. The administrative burden of operating in this low-trust environment began consuming enormous amounts of time and energy. Wei found himself spending his days managing the complex web of contracts, inspections, and verification procedures that his reputation required, rather than focusing on the actual business of buying and selling silk. The mental stress of keeping track of his various commitments and their conditions created a constant state of anxiety that no amount of profit could relieve. But the most profound impact was on Wei's inner world. Buddha taught that the mind is everything. What you think, you become. And Wei was discovering the practical truth of this teaching in ways he had never expected. Years of thinking deceptive thoughts, of calculating how to mislead others for profit, of justifying questionable practices, had gradually shaped his mind in directions that now troubled him. He found it difficult to trust others because he assumed they were using the same tactics he employed. He struggled to enjoy his wealth because he constantly worried about competitors trying to outsmart him the way he had outsmarted others. He had trouble sleeping peacefully because his mind was always working on schemes and strategies, unable to rest in the simple satisfaction of honest work well done. Most disturbingly, he realized that he had begun lying to himself, rationalizing behaviors he once would have recognized as wrong. The contrast with Nguyen Duc's experience was striking. While Wei's profits had initially been higher, Duke's business had grown steadily and sustainably over the years following the typhoon crisis. His reputation for integrity had become so valuable that customers would often pay slightly higher prices simply for the peace of mind that came with dealing with a completely trustworthy merchant. More importantly, the quality of Duke's daily experience was entirely different from Wei's constant stress and vigilance. I wake each morning knowing that I have nothing to hide and no one to fear, Duke explained to a younger merchant who had asked about his approach to business. When customers contact me, I'm genuinely happy to hear from them because our relationships are based on mutual benefit rather than my advantage over them. When I make commitments, I feel confident rather than anxious because I know I'll honor them regardless of circumstances. When I lie down at night, my mind is clear and peaceful because my actions during the day have been aligned with my values. The difference between the two merchants illustrates Buddha's teaching about karma, not as some mystical force, but as the completely practical principle that the quality of our actions determines the quality of our experience. Every ethical choice creates conditions that support peace, trust, and sustainable success. Every unethical choice creates conditions that require constant vigilance, complex management, and ultimately undermine the very goals they were meant to achieve. This principle extends far beyond business into every area of human life. In relationships, honesty creates the foundation for intimacy and trust, while deception creates the need for careful management of stories and constant fear of discovery. In personal goals, integrity allows us to build steadily on solid foundations, while cutting corners creates instability that eventually requires much more energy to maintain than honest effort would have required. In social interactions, treating others with genuine respect creates an environment where we ourselves are treated well, while manipulation creates a social world where everyone is suspicious and defensive. The practical application of ethical living begins with understanding that every choice is simultaneously an action in the world and a shaping of our own character. When we tell the truth, we not only provide accurate information to others, but also strengthen our own capacity for truthfulness. When we act with compassion, we not only help others, but also cultivate compassion within ourselves. When we choose courage over convenience, we not only address the immediate situation, but also become more courageous people. This understanding transforms ethics from a burden imposed by external rules into a practical strategy for creating the kind of life we actually want to live. We choose integrity not because we're supposed to, but because integrity creates the conditions for peace, trust, and sustainable happiness. We choose compassion not because it's required, but because compassion creates the kind of relationships and social environment that support our well-being. We choose courage not because we have to, but because courage creates the ability to live authentically and pursue what truly matters to us. In our modern world, where success is often measured by speed and cleverness, rather than character and sustainability, Li Wei's initial approach can seem appealing. We're surrounded by examples of people who appear to prosper through cutting corners, bending rules, or prioritizing short-term gains over long-term integrity. But if we look closely at the actual quality of their lives, their relationships, their peace of mind, their ability to trust and be trusted, we often find the same hidden costs that Wei discovered. The path of ethical living doesn't guarantee external success by conventional measures, but it does guarantee the kind of internal success that makes external achievements meaningful. When our actions align with our deepest values, we experience the satisfaction that comes from living authentically. When we build our lives on foundations of honesty and integrity, we create stability that can weather any external storm. When we treat others with genuine respect and kindness, we participate in creating the kind of world we want to live in. Several years after the typhoon crisis, Li Wei made a decision that surprised everyone who knew him. Faced with yet another opportunity for profitable deception, he found himself unable to go through with it. The constant stress of managing his reputation and the growing isolation that came from being known as someone who couldn't be trusted had finally become unbearable. Instead of pursuing the questionable deal, he sought out Nguyen Duc and asked to learn about a different approach to business. I've been successful by many measures," Wei admitted to the older merchant, "but I'm not happy. I don't trust anyone because I assume they're trying to deceive me the way I've deceived others. I can't enjoy my wealth because I'm always worried about protecting it from people who might use my own tactics against me. I've built a business that requires me to be someone I don't want to be." Nguyen Duc listened with the compassion of someone who understood how easy it is to lose your way in the pursuit of success. "The good news," he said gently, "is that every moment offers a new choice. You can't change what you've done in the past, but you can decide who you want to become from this moment forward. The habits of mind that serve dishonesty can be replaced by habits that serve integrity, but it requires the same patience and consistency that building any skill requires." Wei's transformation didn't happen overnight. Years of deceptive thinking had created mental patterns that took time and conscious effort to change. But gradually, as he began making choices based on integrity rather than advantage, he discovered that his business relationships became more pleasant, his stress levels decreased, and his sleep improved. Most importantly, he began to trust himself again, knowing that his word meant something and that his actions were aligned with his deeper values. The story of these two merchants illustrates that ethical living is not about following external rules, but about understanding the practical relationship between the quality of our actions and the quality of our experience. When we act with integrity, we create conditions that support peace, trust, and sustainable happiness. When we act without integrity, we create conditions that require constant vigilance and ultimately undermine our own well-being. This principle applies to every area of life. In our work, choosing quality and honesty over shortcuts and deception creates sustainable success and personal satisfaction. In our relationships, choosing vulnerability and authenticity over manipulation and pretense creates genuine intimacy and lasting connection. In our personal development, choosing the difficult path of actual growth over the easy path of comfortable delusions creates real capability and confidence. The practice of ethical living begins with small daily choices that might seem insignificant but actually shape who we become. When we're tempted to exaggerate our achievements to impress others, we can choose accuracy over aggrandizement. When we could take credit for work we didn't do, we can choose honesty over advantage. When we have the opportunity to spread gossip that might be entertaining but harmful, we can choose kindness over amusement. Each of these choices is simultaneously an action in the world and a vote for the kind of person we want to become. Each choice for integrity strengthens our capacity for integrity. Each choice for compassion deepens our natural compassion. Each choice for courage builds our ability to act courageously when the stakes are higher. As you settle into rest tonight, reflect on the choices you made today, not to judge yourself harshly, but to understand how your actions are shaping your inner world. Notice areas where acting with greater integrity might create more peace and sustainability in your life. Consider how your choices are contributing to the kind of relationships and social environment you want to experience. Tomorrow, you'll have countless opportunities to practice ethical living in small ways that create the foundation for unshakable inner peace. Each moment when you choose truth over convenience, kindness over indifference, courage over comfort, you're not just affecting the immediate situation, you're becoming someone whose actions naturally align with your deepest values. The eighth principle of becoming unshakable is this: the quality of your actions determines the quality of your experience. When you live ethically, acting with integrity, compassion, and courage, you create conditions that support peace, trust, and sustainable happiness. When you act without regard for ethics, you create conditions that require constant management and ultimately undermine your own well-being. This isn't about being perfect or following rigid rules, but about understanding that every choice is an opportunity to become more aligned with who you truly want to be. Like Uwen Duke, sleeping peacefully each night, you can rest in the knowledge that your actions during the day have been worthy of your highest aspirations. In this alignment between your values and your choices lies the unshakable foundation of a life well lived. Principle 9. The transformative power of gratitude. In the golden rice fields of ancient Thailand, where the evening light transforms ordinary landscapes into scenes of impossible beauty, and the sound of temple bells carries across valleys filled with the promise of harvest, we discover a teaching that reveals how the simple shift of attention can transform suffering into joy. Here, in a village where two farmers would face identical devastating losses, yet emerge with entirely different experiences of life itself, we encounter the ninth principle that makes the human spirit truly unshakable. This is the story of how gratitude becomes not just an attitude, but the alchemical force that transmutes any experience into wisdom and peace. The village of Ban Nong Kham nestled in a river valley where generations of Thai farmers had cultivated rice, using methods passed down through centuries of patient observation and accumulated wisdom. The landscape was a masterpiece of human cooperation, with natural forces, terraced paddies that climbed the hillsides like green staircases, irrigation channels that directed water with the precision of a master craftsman, and farmhouses built on stilts that had weathered countless monsoon seasons while maintaining their graceful beauty. During harvest time, the entire valley would shimmer gold in the evening light as thousands of rice plants bent their heavy heads under the weight of grain that would sustain the community through another year. Among the village's most respected residents were two farmers whose lives would become intertwined in a way that would teach everyone who witnessed their story something profound about the nature of happiness and suffering. The first was Somchai, a man whose approach to life had been shaped by a philosophy passed down through generations of his family. The understanding that gratitude is not just a response to good fortune, but a way of seeing that transforms any circumstance into an opportunity for appreciation. The second was Boone, equally hard-working and dedicated, but whose attention had been trained by life's difficulties to focus primarily on what was missing, what was wrong, what threatened his security and peace. Both men had worked their fields for over 20 years. Both had raised families through the patient labor of rice farming. Both had weathered the usual challenges that come with, depending on weather, markets, and the countless variables that affect agricultural life. Their farms were of similar size and productivity, their families equally loving and supportive, their positions in the community equally respected. Yet their daily experiences of the same basic circumstances were as different as sunrise and storm, illustrating how the lens through which we view life determines the quality of life itself. Somchai began each day with a practice that his grandmother had taught him when he was barely old enough to walk between the rice rows without getting lost. Before leaving his house, he would stand on the wooden porch and spend a few moments acknowledging specific things for which he felt grateful. Not grand, abstract concepts, but particular, immediate realities. The sound of his wife's laughter from the kitchen as she prepared the morning meal, the way early sunlight painted the mountains in shades of gold and purple, the health that allowed him to work with his hands in the rich earth, the rain that had fallen during the night to nourish his growing crops. Gratitude, Somchai would tell his children as they walked together to the fields, is like good eyesight. It doesn't change what's there, but it allows you to see clearly what was always present. Most people walk through their lives like someone with clouded vision, aware only of the large, obvious things while missing the countless small miracles that surround them every moment. This practice of attention had shaped Somchai's entire experience of farming. When his rice plants grew strong and healthy, he felt appreciation not just for the eventual harvest, but for the daily miracle of seeds transforming into food through the mysterious alchemy of soil, water, and sunlight. When insects threatened his crops, he felt grateful for the birds that helped control pest populations and for his own knowledge of natural methods to protect his plants. When prices were good at market, he appreciated the prosperity, and when prices were poor, he appreciated having food to feed his family, regardless of its monetary value. Boone approached the same farming life from a fundamentally different perspective, though he would have been surprised to learn how different his mental habits were from his neighbors. Boone was not a negative person by nature. He worked hard, cared deeply for his family, and contributed generously to community projects. But somewhere along the way, he had learned to organize his attention around problems to be solved, threats to be avoided, and inadequacies to be remedied. His mind had become trained to scan constantly for what was wrong, what was missing, what could go wrong in the future. When Boone looked at his rice fields, he saw the plants that were growing more slowly than others, the sections where water distribution wasn't quite optimal, the signs of potential insect damage that would need to be addressed. When he went to market, he focused on how his prices compared unfavorably to what other farmers were receiving, how much his expenses had risen compared to previous years, how uncertain the economic situation was becoming. When he returned home in the evening, his conversations with his family centered on the day's problems and tomorrow's worries, rather than the day's satisfactions and accomplishments. Both approaches to attention had practical effects beyond just subjective experience. Somchai's habit of noticing what was working well in his farming operation allowed him to build on successes and recognize patterns that led to better results. His appreciation for his family's support motivated them to continue helping enthusiastically with farm work. His gratitude for community relationships led to generous cooperation that benefited everyone during difficult times. His general contentment with life made him pleasant to be around, which attracted friendships and business relationships that enriched his life in countless ways. Boone's focus on problems also had practical effects, though not always the ones he intended. His constant attention to what was wrong made him skilled at identifying and solving specific difficulties, but it also made him anxious and pessimistic in ways that affected his decision-making. His family began to associate conversations with him with stress and worry, which made them less likely to share their experiences and ideas. His relationships in the community became primarily transactional rather than genuinely supportive, because interactions with him felt draining rather than energizing. The dramatic difference between these two approaches to life would be revealed most clearly during the rice farming season of 1847, when both men would face identical losses that would test everything they believed about gratitude, suffering, and the nature of resilience. The monsoon rains that year arrived exactly on schedule and brought precisely the amount of water that experienced farmers knew their crops needed. Both Somchai and Boone planted their rice with the accumulated wisdom of decades, using seeds saved from their best previous harvests, preparing the soil with methods their grandfathers had perfected, timing every activity to align with natural cycles that had governed successful farming in this valley for generations. The early growth was promising, with strong green shoots emerging from the flooded paddies like prayers of hope rising toward the sky. But 3 weeks before harvest, disaster struck in the form of a massive flock of birds that descended on the valley like a living storm cloud. These were not the usual rice birds that farmers expected and planned for. These were migrants driven from their normal territory by drought in neighboring regions, arriving in numbers that no one had ever experienced and consuming rice with the desperate hunger of creatures facing starvation. In 3 days, they destroyed nearly 80% of both men's crops, leaving behind fields that looked as if they had been swept by fire rather than visited by wildlife. The economic impact was devastating for both families. A full year's work had been reduced to barely enough grain to feed their households through the coming months, with nothing left over to sell for cash to cover other expenses. Both men faced the prospect of borrowing money to survive until the next harvest, with no guarantee that similar disasters wouldn't occur again. Both had to tell their children that there would be no money for new clothes, no surplus to share with extended family members who were struggling, no resources to contribute to the temple renovation that the whole community had been planning. Yet their responses to this identical catastrophe were so different that neighbors who witnessed both would remember the contrast for the rest of their lives. Boone's reaction was everything that might be expected from someone facing such a devastating loss. He spent days walking through his ruined fields, consumed with anger at the birds, at the weather patterns that had driven them to his valley, at the unfairness of losing an entire year's work to circumstances completely beyond his control. He calculated and recalculated his financial losses, each review making the situation seem more hopeless. He worried obsessively about how he would feed his family, pay his debts, and maintain his standing in the community. "Why did this happen to us?" he would ask his wife each evening, his voice heavy with the bitterness that had taken root in his heart. "We worked harder than anyone, planned better than most, did everything right according to generations of farming wisdom. What's the point of all that effort if it can be destroyed in 3 days by something completely outside our control?" Boone's focus on the disaster consumed so much of his mental and emotional energy that he became unable to see anything else clearly. The 20% of his crop that had survived seemed insignificant compared to the 80% that was lost. The support offered by neighbors felt inadequate compared to the enormity of his losses. The beauty of the valley, the health of his family, the roof over their heads, the knowledge and skills that would allow him to farm again next year, all of these became invisible to him overwhelmed by the magnitude of his focus on what the birds had taken away. Somchai's response to the same catastrophic loss demonstrated the transformative power of gratitude in ways that would be talked about in the village for generations. When he first saw his devastated fields, he felt the same shock and grief that any farmer would experience when witnessing the destruction of a year's labor. He sat among the ruined rice plants and wept, not just for his economic losses, but for the beauty that had been destroyed, for the dreams that would have to be postponed, for the reality that life was fragile and unpredictable in ways that no amount of hard work could completely control. But after allowing himself to fully feel the pain of loss, Somchai began to practice the same attention to gratitude that had guided him through 20 years of farming. "This is terrible," he said to his wife as they surveyed the damage together, "but let me see what we can find to be grateful for even in this situation." What he found surprised even him. "I'm grateful that we still have some rice left, not as much as we wanted, but enough to keep us from starving. I'm grateful that this happened after decades of good harvests that allowed us to save some money for emergencies. I'm grateful that our neighbors are offering to share what they have, showing us that we're part of a community that cares for each other during difficult times." As the days passed, Somchai's practice of grateful attention revealed more and more aspects of their situation that could be appreciated despite the obvious losses. "I'm grateful that this disaster is teaching our children about resilience and the importance of helping each other during hard times. I'm grateful that losing this harvest is forcing us to simplify our lives in ways that might actually be healthier for our family. I'm grateful that we have the knowledge and strength to plant again next year, and that this valley's soil is still as fertile as ever." Buddha taught, "Let us rise up and be thankful, for if we didn't learn a lot today, at least we learned a little." Somchai embodied this teaching by finding genuine appreciation even for the lessons hidden within disaster. "I'm grateful," he told his eldest son, "that this experience is teaching me how much I had taken for granted during the years when everything went well. I'm grateful that it's showing me how strong our family bonds are when we face difficulties together. I'm grateful that it's reminding me that happiness doesn't depend on having everything go according to our plans." The practical effects of these different approaches to the same catastrophe were remarkable. Boone's focus on loss and injustice left him paralyzed by resentment and despair, unable to take constructive action or accept help gracefully from others. His constant rehearsal of grievances poisoned his relationships with family members who were trying to support him and neighbors who were offering assistance. His inability to see anything positive in their situation made recovery seem impossible and the future appear hopeless. Somchai's practice of gratitude, even in the midst of genuine hardship, had completely different results. His appreciation for what remained gave him energy to make the best use of their limited resources. His gratitude for community support motivated others to continue helping and created relationships that would benefit his family for years to come. His ability to find meaning and growth opportunities within disaster transformed a potentially devastating experience into a period of unexpected spiritual and family development. Most remarkably, Somchai's harvest the following year was the most abundant he had ever achieved. Not because of any external factors. The weather was average, market prices were modest. He used the same farming methods he had always employed. But his response to the previous year's disaster had deepened his relationships with neighbors who now shared knowledge and resources more freely, had motivated his family to work together more cooperatively, and had clarified his priorities in ways that made him more effective and efficient in all his activities. Boone's experience was exactly the opposite. His continued focus on the injustice of the bird disaster had created a mental and emotional state that made every aspect of farming more difficult. His resentment had damaged relationships that could have supported his recovery. His pessimism had become a self-fulfilling prophecy, causing him to make decisions based on fear rather than wisdom. Even when his crops grew normally, he could find no satisfaction in the achievement because his attention remained focused on what he had lost rather than what he was gaining. The transformation that gratitude creates is not just subjective but profoundly practical. When we train our attention to notice what we can appreciate, we literally change the quality of information our minds have to work with. Instead of spending mental energy on resentment and worry, we free that energy for creative problem-solving and relationship building. Instead of seeing only obstacles and limitations, we begin to notice opportunities and resources that were always present but previously invisible. In our modern world, we face different challenges than Thai rice farmers, but the principle remains exactly the same. When we lose a job, we can focus on the injustice and uncertainty, or we can find genuine appreciation for the opportunity to discover work that might be more fulfilling, for the skills and experience that no one can take away from us, for the relationships and resources that support us during transitions. When a relationship ends, we can dwell on what we've lost, or we can feel grateful for what we learned, for the love we experienced, for the freedom to create something new. When health challenges arise, we can become consumed with resentment about limitations, or we can appreciate the parts of our bodies that continue working well, the medical knowledge available to help us, the relationships that deepen when we face vulnerability together. When global events create uncertainty, we can focus exclusively on threats and problems, or we can notice the countless ways that life continues to offer beauty, meaning, and connection, even during difficult times. The practice of gratitude is not about pretending that difficulties don't exist or that losses don't matter. Somchai felt genuine grief about his destroyed harvest and took practical steps to address his family's needs. Gratitude is about expanding our vision to include the full complexity of any situation, acknowledging problems while also recognizing resources, feeling sadness about losses while also appreciating what remains, facing uncertainty while also noticing the countless ways that life continues to support us. The practical application of this principle begins with training attention the same way we might train any other skill. Each morning, before engaging with the challenges of the day, we can spend a few minutes identifying specific things we genuinely appreciate, not abstract concepts, but particular realities we can see, hear, feel, or remember. Throughout the day, we can practice noticing moments of beauty, kindness, effectiveness, or simple functioning that we might otherwise overlook in our focus on problems and goals. When difficulties arise, we can ask ourselves, what can I find to appreciate, even in this challenging situation? This doesn't mean ignoring problems or avoiding necessary action, but rather ensuring that our response comes from a complete understanding of our circumstances rather than a narrow focus on what's wrong. Often, this expanded perspective reveals resources and opportunities that problem-focused thinking makes invisible. The practice becomes most powerful when applied to ordinary moments that we might otherwise consider unremarkable. Appreciating the taste of morning coffee, the feeling of warm water in a shower, the sound of laughter from another room, the simple miracle of being able to read these words and understand their meaning. These small moments of appreciation accumulate over time, creating a foundation of contentment that remains stable even when external circumstances become challenging. During his final years, Somchai became known throughout the region as someone who could find reasons for gratitude in any circumstance. People would seek him out not for advice about farming techniques, but for his ability to help them see their own lives from perspectives that revealed hidden blessings and unexpected opportunities. Gratitude, he would tell them, is not about what happens to you. It's about how you train your eyes to see what's always been there. Boone, meanwhile, despite achieving reasonable success by external measures, remained trapped in patterns of attention that made satisfaction elusive. Even during his best years, he could find reasons for worry and dissatisfaction. Even when his family was healthy and his crops abundant, he focused on potential threats and inadequacies that kept happiness just out of reach. His life became a demonstration of how focusing primarily on problems creates more problems, how attending mainly to what's missing makes us miss what's present. As you prepare for sleep tonight, consider the lens through which you've been viewing your own life. Notice whether your attention has been trained primarily on problems, lacks, and threats, or whether you've been practicing the kind of grateful seeing that Somchai demonstrated. This is not about judging your current habits, but about recognizing that attention is trainable and that changing how you see changes what you experience. Tomorrow, you'll have countless opportunities to practice gratitude, not as a superficial positive thinking exercise, but as a practical method for expanding your vision to include the full richness of your actual circumstances. Each time you notice something to appreciate, you're not just improving your mood, but literally retraining your brain to gather different kinds of information from your environment. Each moment of genuine appreciation builds your capacity to find resources and opportunities that problem-focused thinking makes invisible. The 9th principle of becoming unshakable is this: gratitude transforms any experience by expanding your vision to include what can be appreciated alongside what needs to be addressed. When you train your attention to notice what you can genuinely appreciate, not ignoring problems, but including blessings, you change the quality of information your mind has to work with and the quality of your experience itself. This doesn't guarantee that external circumstances will always be favorable, but it does guarantee that you'll have access to the resources, relationships, and resilience that exist within any situation. Like Somchai walking through his rice fields with eyes trained to see abundance, even in the midst of scarcity, you can learn to find genuine reasons for appreciation, regardless of what life brings. In this expansion of vision lies one of the most practical and transformative powers available to human consciousness: the ability to alchemize any experience into wisdom, growth, and peace. Principle 10. Trust the process and let go of control. In the ancient gardens of Kyoto, where cherry blossoms fall like snow in spring and every stone has been placed with the patience of centuries, we arrive at the final teaching that transforms uncertainty from enemy to ally. Here, where Japanese masters spent lifetimes learning that true mastery comes not from controlling outcomes, but from perfecting the art of letting go, we discover the principle that makes all other wisdom possible. This is the story of how surrendering control paradoxically gives us the greatest power of all, the ability to flow with life rather than fight against it. The Ryoanji Temple in 15th century Kyoto was famous throughout Japan for its rock garden, 15 stones arranged in white gravel with such perfect simplicity that visitors would sit for hours trying to understand what made the arrangement so profoundly moving. The garden was tended by Zen monks who had elevated the simple act of raking gravel into a form of moving meditation, each stroke of the wooden rake both maintaining the garden's perfection and accepting its constant need for renewal. Here, where impermanence was celebrated rather than resisted, lived Master Kenji, whose understanding of letting go would soon be tested in the most personal way possible. Master Kenji had devoted 30 years to perfecting his art, not just the maintenance of the famous garden, but the deeper art of living in harmony with change. Each morning before dawn, he would enter the garden and begin the ritual of raking, creating patterns in the white gravel that seemed to embody the very essence of flow and balance. But the true teaching of the garden was not in creating perfect patterns, but in accepting that wind, rain, and time would disturb those patterns, requiring them to be made fresh each day. The garden teaches us, Kenji would tell his students as they worked together in the early morning light, that attachment to outcomes creates suffering, while dedication to process creates peace. I cannot control whether tomorrow's rain will wash away today's patterns, but I can control the care and attention I bring to today's work. I cannot guarantee that visitors will understand the garden's message, but I can ensure that the message is clearly expressed. This philosophy had shaped not just Kenji's gardening, but his entire approach to life. When the temple faced financial difficulties, he focused on managing resources wisely rather than worrying about outcomes beyond his control. When political tensions threatened the monastery's peaceful existence, he concentrated on maintaining the inner peace that was his responsibility, while accepting that external events would unfold according to forces larger than individual will. When students struggled with their practice, he offered guidance and support, while understanding that each person's spiritual journey would proceed at its own pace and in its own way. But the deepest test of Kenji's philosophy would come through his relationship with his daughter, Yuki, whose life would become the ultimate teaching about the necessity of letting go. Yuki had been born during Kenji's early years as a monk, before he had fully committed to monastic life. Her mother, a potter whose work was prized throughout the region, had died when Yuki was only 3 years old, leaving Kenji to balance his calling as a monk with his responsibility as a father. Rather than abandon either role, he had created an unusual arrangement. Yuki lived near the temple with relatives during the week and spent weekends with her father, learning alongside him the art of finding peace within impermanence. As Yuki grew, she displayed the same careful attention to beauty and detail that characterized her father's work, but applied to the art of pottery that had been her mother's passion. By her 15th birthday, Her ceramic bowls and vases were so exceptional that merchants from across Japan would travel to acquire them. Her work combined technical perfection with an emotional depth that seemed to capture something essential about the fleeting nature of beauty itself. Kenji felt immense pride in his daughter's achievements, but more than pride, he felt a deep satisfaction in seeing how she had absorbed the lessons he had tried to teach her about dedication to craft without attachment to results. "Watch how she works," he would tell his students as they observed Yuki shaping clay at her potter's wheel. "She gives complete attention to each piece while it's being created, but if it cracks in the kiln or breaks during glazing, she simply begins again without disappointment. She understands that the joy is in the making, not in the keeping." But as Yuki entered her 20th year, she began experiencing symptoms that would challenge everything both father and daughter believed about acceptance and letting go. What began as occasional fatigue and weakness gradually progressed into something more serious, a wasting illness that medieval medicine could neither explain nor cure. The same hands that had created pottery of extraordinary beauty began to tremble too severely to shape clay. The energy that had allowed her to work for hours at her wheel diminished until she could barely manage simple daily tasks. Kenji's initial response demonstrated the depth of his practice. Instead of raging against the diagnosis or desperately searching for miraculous cures, he approached his daughter's illness the same way he approached the daily disruption of his carefully raked garden patterns, as another manifestation of life's impermanent nature that called for acceptance rather than resistance. He arranged for the best available medical care, while understanding that the outcome was beyond his control. He spent more time with Yuki, treasuring each conversation, while accepting that their time together was limited. "Father," Yuki said during one of their walks through the temple gardens, her voice weak but her spirit still bright, "I understand why you've always taught me about letting go. I can accept that my pottery-making days are ending, and I can even accept that my life might be shorter than we hoped. But I'm struggling with one thing. If I let go completely, if I accept everything that's happening, am I giving up? Am I abandoning hope?" Kenji paused beside a cherry tree whose blossoms were just beginning to fall, each petal dropping when its time had come, creating a carpet of pink and white that would soon nourish the soil for next year's growth. "Watch the cherry blossoms," he said gently. "Do they fall because they've given up hope, or because they understand their role in a larger cycle? When they let go of the branch, are they dying or are they participating in the continuation of life itself?" Buddha had taught, "You only lose what you cling to." In the falling cherry blossoms, Kenji found the perfect metaphor for this profound truth. Letting go, he explained to his daughter, is not the same as giving up. Giving up is refusing to participate in life because we can't control its outcomes. Letting go is participating fully, while understanding that we are part of something larger than our individual will. Over the following months, as Yuki's condition gradually worsened, both father and daughter would learn lessons about surrender that went far deeper than anything Kenji had understood during his decades of garden maintenance. They discovered that letting go of control over outcomes actually increased their ability to influence the quality of each present moment. When Yuki stopped struggling against her body's limitations, she found energy for activities that were still possible, teaching pottery techniques to young students, even when she could no longer demonstrate them herself, creating poetry that captured her insights about impermanence, spending quiet time with her father that was richer than any of their previous conversations. "I understand now," Yuki told Kenji as they sat together in the rock garden one evening, watching the last light fade from the carefully arranged stones, "why you could spend 30 years raking patterns that would be disturbed the next day. The peace isn't in having the patterns last forever. It's in being fully present while you're creating them. The meaning isn't in controlling what happens to your work. It's in bringing complete attention to the work itself." When Yuki died the following spring, during the cherry blossom season that had become so symbolic of their conversations about letting go, Kenji faced the ultimate test of everything he had taught and practiced. The grief was overwhelming, not just the loss of his daughter, but the ending of dreams about her future, the silence where her laughter used to be, the empty space at family gatherings that would never be filled by anyone else. For weeks after the funeral, Kenji found himself unable to tend the rock garden. The simple act of raking gravel, which had been his daily meditation for 3 decades, felt impossible in the face of such profound loss. He would enter the garden each morning with his wooden rake, but instead of working, he would sit among the stones and weep for everything that letting go had required him to release. It was during one of these morning vigils that Kenji noticed something that would transform his understanding of surrender. The garden, untended for weeks, had not fallen into chaos as he might have expected. Instead, wind and rain had created their own patterns in the white gravel, not the careful geometric designs he usually maintained, but organic curves and flows that seemed to embody the very essence of natural process. Leaves had fallen among the stones, not as debris to be removed, but as reminders that even the most carefully controlled environments remain part of nature's larger rhythm. "She's still teaching me," Kenji said aloud, his voice carrying across the empty garden. He realized that Yuki's death, like the falling cherry blossoms, was not an end but a transformation. Her influence on his life would continue in ways he could not control or predict, just as the garden's beauty persisted even when he was not actively maintaining it. When Kenji finally returned to his daily practice of raking, his approach had subtly but fundamentally changed. Instead of imposing rigid patterns on the gravel, he began working with the natural formations that weather had created, enhancing rather than replacing what was already there. Instead of viewing wind and rain as disruptions to be corrected, he saw them as collaborators in an ongoing work of art that was larger than any individual's vision. "I spent 30 years learning to let go of attachment to outcomes," he would tell visitors who came to meditate in the garden. "But it took losing my daughter to understand that letting go is not about detachment. It's about participating in something so much larger than ourselves that our individual control becomes irrelevant." The garden teaches patience, but life teaches trust. This final understanding transformed not just Kenji's gardening, but his entire relationship with uncertainty and change. He had learned that the deepest letting go is not passive resignation, but active trust. Faith that life has an intelligence and direction that individual effort can serve but cannot command. Like a river that accomplishes its journey to the sea, not by forcing its way through obstacles, but by finding the path of least resistance. Human life achieves its greatest purposes when we align our efforts with forces larger than our personal will. In our modern world, this principle applies to every area where we exhaust ourselves trying to control outcomes that are fundamentally beyond our influence. In relationships, we can give our best effort to love and communication while accepting that we cannot control how others respond or how relationships evolve. In careers, we can work diligently and skillfully while understanding that success depends on countless variables beyond our individual actions. In health, we can make wise choices about diet, exercise, and medical care while accepting that aging, illness, and death are natural processes that unfold according to their own timing. The practice of letting go begins with distinguishing between what we can and cannot control. We can control our effort, our attention, our choices, and our responses to circumstances. We cannot control outcomes, other people's decisions, natural events, or the timing of results. When we focus our energy on what we can influence while accepting what we cannot, we discover a kind of effectiveness that fighting against reality makes impossible. This doesn't mean becoming passive or abandoning goals. Kenji continued tending his garden with the same care and dedication he had always brought to the work. What changed was his relationship to the results. He found satisfaction in the process itself, rather than needing specific outcomes to feel successful. This shift from attachment to dedication, from controlling to participating, freed enormous amounts of energy for creativity, problem-solving, and genuine responsiveness to changing circumstances. The deepest teaching of letting go is that it opens us to possibilities we could never have planned or controlled. When we stop insisting that life conform to our limited vision of how things should unfold, we become available to opportunities and insights that our controlling minds would never have imagined. When we trust the process rather than demanding specific results, we often discover that life has plans for us that are more interesting, more meaningful, and more fulfilling than anything we could have designed ourselves. Years after Yuki's death, Kenji established a pottery school adjacent to the temple, where students learned not just ceramic techniques but the deeper art of creating beauty while accepting impermanence. The school became famous throughout Japan, attracting potters who came to study what they called the way of letting go, the ability to work with complete dedication while remaining unattached to results. Yuki's influence had continued in ways that neither she nor her father could have planned, demonstrating that letting go allows life to unfold according to an intelligence far greater than individual understanding. As you come to the end of this journey through 10 principles of unshakable wisdom, notice how each teaching has pointed toward the same fundamental truth. Peace comes not from controlling life, but from learning to dance with it. The words that cannot hurt you, the difficult people who become teachers, the envy that transforms into inspiration, the balance between self-discipline and compassion. All of these practices prepare us for the ultimate letting go that makes genuine freedom possible. Tomorrow, you'll face situations where you're tempted to force outcomes, to control what cannot be controlled, to exhaust yourself fighting against circumstances that are already unfolding. In each of these moments, you can remember Kenji's garden and ask yourself, what would it look like to participate fully in this situation, while trusting the larger process of which it's a part? The 10th and final principle of becoming unshakable is this: trust the process and let go of control. Focus your energy on what you can influence, your effort, attention, and responses, while accepting what you cannot control. When you stop fighting against life's natural flow, you discover that you're part of an intelligence far greater than your individual will, and that this intelligence can accomplish through you what your controlling mind could never achieve alone. In this final letting go lies the secret of all the previous teachings. You become unshakable not by building stronger defenses against life's uncertainties, but by learning to flow with those uncertainties so skillfully that they become allies rather than enemies. Like cherry blossoms that fall when their time comes, participating in cycles of renewal that extend far beyond their individual existence, you can learn to live with such trust in life's process that even endings become beginnings, even losses become gifts, even uncertainty becomes the very foundation of unshakable peace. Rest now in this final wisdom. You are part of something infinitely larger and more intelligent than your worries, your plans, or your need to control. Trust the process and let that trust carry you into sleep as gently as cherry blossoms falling into the welcoming earth below.